You are lying still in the dark and the mind is awake. Not restless, not frantic, just present, turning over the day like a stone worn smooth by water, feeling every edge, every shadow on its surface. It's quiet now, but not empty. There is weight here, not of things done or undone, but of thoughts that have not yet let go. The ones about what was said and could have been better, what wasn't finished, what might still be wrong even though it's past. You are aware of them. The way a leaf clings to a branch after autumn has passed. There is something gentle in this moment, not because everything is resolved, but because you're not trying to fix anything now. This is not a place for remedies or methods. No technique to master, no exercise to complete. There's no need to convince yourself that all will be well or that tomorrow will change what happened yesterday. The thoughts are here, and so are you. You don't have to move them. You don't even have to name them. It is not necessary to understand why a certain sentence keeps returning, why the tone of someone's voice echoes in your mind long after they've stopped speaking, or why an argument that ended hours ago still pulses like a slow beat beneath awareness. The mind holds onto these things because it thinks they matter, and maybe they did once. But now, in this dark room with no one listening but yourself, their urgency has already faded. You are not behind, not missing out. You are simply here, breathing slowly, feeling the cool air on your skin, the soft press of fabric against your arms. The blanket is warm where it covers you, and beneath it there's a quiet stillness that isn't silence so much as absence of demand. This session has no purpose other than to let the thinking rest. It is not meant to calm you into sleep through force or strategy. No countdowns, no visualizations, no instructions to release tension. You are not being asked to do anything with your mind except notice it as it is, and then allow it to settle without judgment. If this kind of stillness feels unfamiliar, if the silence between thoughts seems too vast, if the absence of answers makes you lean toward motion again, know that's okay. That leaning is part of being human. But tonight, there is no need to answer anything. Not today, not now. There will be time tomorrow for decisions and words. For now, let the thoughts come without claiming them. Let the ones about yesterday drift like smoke through a window left open. You don't have to defend them, explain them, or decide if they were right or wrong. They are passing through you, not because they've been dismissed, but because nothing has to stay. You might notice how tightly you hold onto certain moments, the way your body remembers tension even when the event is gone, how the shoulders rise slightly when a memory surfaces, as though bracing for impact that never arrives. That's not weakness. It's just habit. The nervous system remembering what it learned long ago. But tonight, there is no reason to keep holding on. Even if you are aware of something left unsaid, words meant but withheld, apologies unspoken, gestures delayed, the reality is this: nothing lost can be retrieved by repeating it in thought. The moment passed. The person moved on, and so must you. It's not about forgetting. It's about release, not the kind that denies or erases, but the quiet one where you place something down and let go without needing to see if it lands softly. You are not required to fix every echo of yesterday. That would be impossible and exhausting, but also unnecessary. You've already lived through them. The meaning was in how they felt at the time, not in whether they were perfect or complete. And now that feeling has done its work, changed you slightly, shaped your mood, left a mark on your breath. But it doesn't need to stay with you tonight. Let it go like dust from a shelf, quietly, without ceremony. There is no test tomorrow for how well you handled yesterday's conversations. No one will ask if you replayed them correctly in your mind. The only score that matters is whether the next moment feels lighter than the last. So when another thought rises, the one about what they might say now or what would have happened if you'd spoken differently, don't pull it back down into a fight. Don't argue with its presence. Just notice, there it is, and then let go of needing to answer it. You are not responsible for the weight of every idea that crosses your mind. You don't need to carry all of them just because they appeared. There's space here, more than you think, for letting thoughts pass without holding on, not out of indifference, but from knowing that nothing needs to be held onto forever. The day is done, not in the sense that it has been erased or corrected, but simply in the way a river moves past a rock, no longer needing to explain why it curves where it does. The water doesn't apologize for its path. It just flows. And so do you, through this moment, through these thoughts. Not toward anything, not away from anything, just moving. And that is enough. There's something unforced in the way a thought can rise without being followed by action or analysis. You can see it come into view like a cloud drifting across the sky. You don't need to chase it, shape it, or decide what it means. It may linger for a moment, then fade or shift form or dissolve entirely. This is not about stopping thinking. That's impossible and also not desirable. But it is about loosening the grip on each thought as soon as you notice it forming. not by pushing it away, but by simply seeing that it doesn't have to stay. You don't need to be in control of your mind all the time, only to recognize when you're holding too tightly. When a single memory has taken up more space than it deserves. When a regret or worry has been replayed so many times, it no longer feels like an event, but like a habit, a loop. And yet, even that is not failure. It's just the mind trying to make sense of what doesn't need making sense of anymore. There is peace in realizing that you are more than your thoughts, not because they're wrong or bad, but because they aren't all there is. You are also the silence between them, the breath before the next word forms, the stillness beneath movement. You are not a thing to be fixed, not an idea to be proven right or corrected. You are not even fully yourself in any one moment, only a sequence of moments passing through each other, like light moving across floorboards at dusk. A thought is not you. A worry is not your identity. The way you felt yesterday does not define the shape of today. And tonight belongs to quietness, not because everything has been resolved, but because nothing needs resolving right now. There's no need for answers, no obligation to understand why certain thoughts return with such persistence, only room to let them pass like birds flying over a field at dusk. You can watch them go and not have to follow. The mind is tired, not from thinking too much, but from holding on to things that are already gone. It has been carrying old conversations like stones in its pockets. But the path ahead doesn't require those weights anymore. So let each one fall, one by one, without needing to count how many there were, without wondering if any of them mattered in the end, just letting them go, as though you're not trying to hold on at all, but simply allowing what is already loose to drift away. There's a kind of freedom that comes from knowing nothing has to be kept, that even your own concerns, your deepest anxieties, your most persistent fears, are only passing states in a much longer stream. They are temporary appearances, not permanent features. You don't have to defend yourself against them. You don't need to justify why you feel this way or whether it's rational. The feeling is real, and so is the fact that it doesn't have to stay. You notice how certain thoughts don't come with urgency, but with weight, like old leaves caught in a slow current, drifting downstream without resistance. They are not demanding to be answered. They do not insist on being seen. They simply exist as part of the flow, like dust motes suspended in a single shaft of moonlight that has already passed through the window and is now fading into quiet air. You don't need to pull them down from their place above you. There's no need to lift them up or let them go. They are not yours to carry. They only pass through, like breath drawn in and released without ceremony. There is a kind of stillness that doesn't come from doing nothing, but from noticing how much can be held lightly. The day's residue, half-formed regrets, unanswered messages left unread, the way someone looked at you just before they turned away is not lost. It's simply no longer in your hands, not because it didn't matter, but because its time to matter has passed. And now it rests, not buried, not erased, but allowed to exist where it belongs, out of reach, beyond effort. You are not required to remember everything that happened. The mind doesn't need to be a warehouse for every word said, every glance exchanged, every moment when you hesitated before speaking. You can let some of those things sink into the background like ripples in water after a stone has passed, visible only by how they disturb the surface, then gone. It's not that these thoughts were false or unimportant. They had their time. But tonight, they do not have to be true. They don't need to feel real again just because you think of them. You can see them as something separate, a weather pattern passing over land you no longer live on. The rain that fell yesterday is already soaked into the soil. It doesn't wait for you to notice it's gone. You are not responsible for keeping the past alive in your mind, even when it feels like an obligation, like some kind of tribute. That's not care. That's a burden dressed as memory, and there's no honor in carrying what has already moved on. There is something gentle about letting go without drama, not with a sigh or a final word, but simply by noticing that you don't need to hold it anymore. The worry doesn't have to be understood. It only needs to be released, not because it was wrong, not because you failed to fix it, but because the moment for fixing has passed, and now is the time for quiet. Even your own name, your identity as someone with a history, a role, an opinion, is just another shape passing through consciousness. It's not permanent. It shifts slightly each night, like shadows lengthening across the floor as light retreats from the window. You are not fixed in any one version of yourself, only present in this breath, this stretch between heartbeats, this moment where thought begins and ends without needing to be explained. You don't have to defend who you were yesterday or justify how you feel today. There is no standard by which your existence must pass. You are not being measured. No one is watching from a distance to see if you've earned peace. The only witness is the dark itself, and it doesn't ask anything of you. There's comfort in knowing that even your most persistent thoughts are temporary, not because they're weak or unimportant, but because all things change when left undisturbed. Like moss growing on stone over years, slowly covering every edge until nothing remains visible but green and still. Not destruction, just transformation. A new shape forming not from force, but from patience. The mind doesn't have to be pure to be peaceful. It can be messy with memories, tangled in old habits, cluttered with things it hasn't yet let go of, yet still find rest. The night does not demand clarity. It only asks for stillness, not the kind that comes after resolution, but the kind that arrives before anything is settled. You don't need to know why certain thoughts keep returning. You don't have to trace them back to their source or understand what they're trying to say. They are like footsteps in snow. They leave a trail, but no one needs to follow it. The snow will fall again and cover the tracks without apology. And so can you. Even your fear of forgetting, of losing touch with yourself, is just another thought passing through, not a warning or a fate. It's only part of the current, and like all currents, it changes direction when nothing is holding it in place. You don't need to be solid to exist. You don't have to be fixed, consistent, or whole. You are allowed to shift without explanation. To feel one thing now and another later, without contradiction, without needing to reconcile them. There is no final version of you to arrive at, no endpoint where everything clicks into place. There's only the way things are right here, in this moment. Your breath moving slowly through your body, your hands resting on the blanket, your mind holding nothing that it cannot release. Even when a memory comes back with surprising clarity, the sound of laughter from years ago, the exact tone of someone speaking just before silence fell, you don't have to stay inside it. You can step out again, gently. Not by pushing it away, but simply by noticing that you are not trapped in it, that the moment has already passed. The past is not a place you must return to, only a space through which you've traveled. And now you're moving forward, even if only slightly, even without realizing it. There's no need to protect your thoughts from being seen by anyone, including yourself. You don't have to keep them safe or hidden. They are already on their way out, like mist lifting at dawn. Not because they were weak or unimportant, but simply because time moves forward whether we pay attention or not. Even the idea of being is just another passing image, like a ripple in water that wasn't there before and won't be again. You are not an object to be held. You are not something to be proven right, defended, or preserved. You are more like a river, continual, changing, never quite the same from one moment to the next. You don't need to understand yourself in order to rest. In fact, understanding is often what keeps you awake. The search for identity, for meaning, for justification. But here, in this quiet, there's no demand for answers, only presence. There is a kind of ease that comes not from knowing more, but from needing less. From letting go without trying. From trusting that even when nothing feels resolved, it doesn't matter, because you are already resting. You can let the thoughts come and go like birds flying across a field at twilight, their wings brushing the air, then vanishing into darkening sky. You don't have to track them. You don't have to wonder where they're going or why they passed through your sight. They were never meant to stay. The mind can be open without being empty. It can hold space for feeling without needing to act on it, without needing to name it, without needing to fix it. Just be. You are not required to make sense of everything tonight. You don't have to thread the needle between regret and release, between memory and forgetting. There's no need to bring closure to anything. Closure is a story you tell yourself when you think it will help. But sometimes, just letting go without explanation is enough. And if some part of you still wonders whether this is real, that wondering is already passing. It doesn't have to be true for long. Just like the moonlight on your pillow, it was there, then dimmed, and now only warmth remains. There's no need to know what happens next. No need to decide how you'll feel tomorrow. You don't even have to believe in peace. Only allow it to exist without proof. You can rest not because everything is solved, but because nothing needs solving right now. Not today, not tonight. The weight of the world doesn't require your attention every second, and the thoughts that cling to you, they are not stronger than stillness. Even when they feel loud, even when they seem urgent, stillness remains. And so do you. Not as a person, not as an idea, not as any fixed thing, but simply as breath and dark and silence. You can let go, not because it's easy. The mind doesn't need to be fixed. It only needs space to settle. And that space is here now, not somewhere else. Not when the morning comes. Not after some task finishes. Right here. In this stretch of dark where time folds back on itself and nothing demands your attention. There's a stillness in the air tonight. Not because silence has been imposed, but because it has simply arrived unannounced like dust settling after the wind stops. You don't have to summon it. You don't have to earn it. It is already around you, soft and unhurried, as if the room had forgotten how to rush. The walls feel less defined, less like barriers, and more like edges of a place that holds you without needing anything in return. You can notice how your hands lie on top of the blanket now, not clenched, not fidgeting, but simply resting. Like roots sinking into soil after rain. There's no need to move them, no reason to shift position. The weight is just there, gentle, present, and you are allowed to feel it without having to explain why. The thoughts from earlier, the ones that clung like shadows on a wall, are not gone, but they're changing shape. Not by being resolved or even acknowledged, but simply by no longer being needed. They drift through your awareness like clouds passing over the moon, visible only because there's something else behind them to cast the shadow. But when the cloud moves, the light returns, and you are not required to watch it go. You don't have to ask what they were about. You don't need to name them. They are no longer your responsibility, not because they didn't matter, but because their moment has passed. Just as a leaf doesn't owe the tree an apology for falling, these thoughts don't owe you any explanation for leaving. There's a quiet rhythm in this waiting, the kind that happens when nothing needs doing. The breath comes and goes without effort. The body softens not by choice but by permission. You are allowed to be less than perfect, to be unfinished, to be simply here, breathing, feeling the cool of the air near your shoulder, the warmth beneath your thigh. Even memory doesn't need to stay intact. It's not a file you must keep in order. The past isn't something you have to carry like luggage. It is already behind you, like footprints in sand that the tide will erase without asking. You don't need to preserve them or even remember exactly what they looked like. They were never meant to stay. And yet, part of you still holds on, not out of loyalty, but because the act of letting go feels risky. But here's what happens when you stop holding. Not loss, not emptiness, but space. A kind of lightness that isn't joy nor relief, but simply absence of pressure. The mind doesn't collapse, it opens. It becomes less rigid, less afraid to be unknown. You can think about the day without needing to fix it. You can recall a moment you wish had gone differently without having to rewrite it in your head. There's no need to make meaning now. No demand that everything must fit together like puzzle pieces. The mind doesn't have to solve anything tonight, not even its own restlessness. You are not required to feel peaceful, only to allow the possibility of stillness, even if it feels distant. Even if peace is just a whisper in the back of your awareness, you don't need to chase it. You can simply be where you are, lying down, eyes closed, thoughts passing like cars on a quiet road at night. No one inside them knows where they're going, and no one cares. The mind loves patterns. It wants to trace connections, to find reasons for why things happened the way they did. But tonight, there's no need for cause or effect. There's only what is. This breath, this dark, this weight on your chest that feels less like pressure now and more like presence. Like something finally allowed to be. Even silence isn't a goal. It's just a state of being where nothing needs saying. You don't have to say anything to yourself or anyone else. No performance of calm. No need to convince the night that you belong here, that you're safe. The quiet doesn't depend on your approval. It exists whether you notice it or not. And so do you, without needing to prove your presence. There's no one who has to be called by a name right now. No role to play. No identity to maintain. You are simply what the dark holds, a body resting, a mind letting go, breath rising and falling without direction. You don't have to become anything in order to be enough. The idea of being someone is not something you carry. It's something you wear sometimes, like clothes that fit well for a while. But tonight, there are no demands on how you should appear or behave. No one watching, not even your own memory judging whether you did it right. You can let the self loosen just a little more, like thread pulled from cloth. It doesn't fall apart, it simply becomes less tight, less in need of holding. You don't have to defend yourself, not against others, not against time, not even against your own doubt. The thoughts that rise now aren't yours to keep. They're just passing through, the way wind moves across the surface of a lake without leaving an imprint on its depth. There's no trace left behind because nothing truly lands here. No accumulation, just flow. You don't have to hold onto anything, not even this moment. Not even the idea that you are awake. You can let go of being aware, just as easily as you let go of a thought when it loses its grip on your attention. There's no need to stay present. Not really. The mind will wander back into itself if it wants, but only because it has nowhere else to be, not because it must remain here. And that's okay. You can rest without effort, without needing to try to relax. You don't have to do anything but let the body lie, the breath slow, and the mind stop asking questions about why things are this way. Even the feeling of being tired, of not wanting to think anymore, is just another passing sensation. Not a problem, not an emergency, just something your nervous system has decided is time to rest. It doesn't require you to agree with it or understand it. You can simply accept that fatigue isn't failure, it's nature speaking. The night grows deeper, but not because the hours are longer, because the mind has stopped measuring them. There's no need to know how much of the night remains. Whether it is 2 hours or 10 doesn't matter anymore. Time stops being a line you must walk and becomes more like water, fluid, unmarked. You don't have to decide what happens next. The thoughts that remain, those quiet fragments still lingering near the edge, are not waiting for permission to go. They are already leaving. You don't need to chase them or keep track of their names. Just as birds fly without needing a map, these images drift through your awareness and vanish into the dark beyond. You can stop trying to make sense of yourself. There's no one who needs to be fixed tonight, no flaw that must be repaired. No gap between who you are and who you should be, because there is no such standard. There is only this: breathing, lying down, being in a body that knows how to rest without needing approval. You don't have to believe in peace for it to exist. You don't have to feel safe for safety to be near. The stillness isn't something you create. It's simply what happens when there's no reason to move. When the mind stops fighting, even slightly, against its own nature. And that is enough. There's a kind of rest that doesn't come from doing nothing, but from not needing to do anything at all. The body knows how to sink into sleep without being told. The breath finds its rhythm when it isn't interrupted by worry. The mind settles not because you forced it, but because there is no longer any reason to stay awake. You can let go of the idea that you must be someone special in order to deserve rest. You don't have to earn stillness. You don't need to prove your worth through effort or clarity or completion. Rest isn't a reward. It's just what happens when nothing demands attention. There's no need to ask if it was enough, or whether you said too much, or what will happen when the morning comes with its weight already settled into your shoulders. The past isn't a ledger that must be balanced tonight. It doesn't demand payment in attention. You can let the echoes of yesterday fade without giving them an answer, not because they've been forgotten, but because their presence no longer requires you to respond. A conversation with yourself ends not when it's resolved, but when you stop expecting it to conclude. And that is enough. You notice how a single thought lingers, not out of power but from habit. It circles like an old shadow, refusing to let go simply because it has always been there. But shadows don't last in the dark. They thin when not fed by attention. You aren't responsible for their shape or length. The mind doesn't need to defend every image that passes through its field of vision. Some things come and go like dust stirred by a breath, rising briefly into light before falling back to stillness. There's no obligation to keep the past in your hands, not even the way it feels when you close your eyes, how certain moments seem to press against the inside of your eyelids like faint afterimages from a dream that never fully formed. That kind of residue isn't real, not in the sense of being fixed or lasting. It's only memory's way of reminding itself it was there, and now it is not. You don't have to carry what you've lived through as if it were yours alone to bear. You are not a vault for every misstep, every unspoken word, every hesitation that echoed too long in the quiet room after. The self isn't built on keeping score. It's made instead of moments that pass, each one dissolving into the next without needing permission or explanation. There is no archive in your mind where everything must be preserved. No library with endless shelves marked "I should have said this" or "I shouldn't have done that." You don't need to keep every version of yourself alive, even the ones you regret. Not even the one who felt small when someone looked away. That person is not still here. They were never meant to be. The mind moves like a river, not toward any destination, but simply because it has no choice. It doesn't pause to reflect on where it's been or how far it must go. It flows past stone and root and shadow without needing to name what lies beneath. And so can you. You are not required to hold the current in place just because it once carried something important. There is comfort in knowing that even your thoughts don't need to be true in order to exist, nor do they require you to believe them, defend them, or explain them. They come and go like leaves on a stream. Some float downstream with ease. Others catch briefly against a root, then break free when the water shifts. No leaf is lost because it didn't stay where it landed. The only thing that matters now is not what has passed, but whether you can let it pass without resistance. Whether you can allow each idea to leave as quietly as a breath exhaled into still air. Not with effort, not with willpower, but simply by noticing how little energy it takes to stop holding on. You don't have to fix the ache behind your eyes or smooth out the tension in your jaw. You don't need to force calm when none is present. The body already knows how to let go when left alone long enough. It doesn't wait for instruction. It simply waits until it no longer has to carry. There's a quiet kind of courage in surrendering without resistance. Not because you've given up, but because you have stopped trying to be something other than what you are. Someone who is tired, who thinks too much, whose mind wanders like a dog chasing wind, not toward anything specific, just moving through the world with no map. That wandering isn't failure. It's not even distraction. It's how awareness functions when it's not being forced into shape. You don't need to guide every thought back to stillness. Some are meant only to pass by like distant cars on a road you've never taken. And that is okay. Even the things you haven't forgiven, those unspoken apologies, those memories too sharp to touch, don't demand closure tonight. They aren't waiting for your permission to be released. Like smoke rising from a fire long gone, they drift upward without needing anyone to watch. You don't have to carry their weight just because they once burned. You are not required to understand why you feel this way. Not even the reason behind the restlessness that hums beneath your ribs like a low note in a forgotten song. It doesn't need to be named. It doesn't need to make sense. Just as rain falls without needing an explanation, so does feeling move through you. There is no rule book for how grief should behave, or joy, or longing. No standard of duration or intensity that must be met before it can end. Some feelings arrive with a storm and leave quietly, like fog lifting after dawn. Others linger longer, not because they're louder, but because the mind has grown used to their presence. But you are not obligated to stay in conversation with them. You don't need to prove your loyalty to sorrow or your patience with regret. The mind is not a battlefield where every emotion must be fought and won. It's more like a room with open windows. Air moves through freely, bringing what it will, taking nothing with force. You can let the thoughts go without checking if they've been properly released. You don't need to verify that you're better, or over it, or finally at peace. Peace isn't something you achieve. It's simply what remains when there is no longer anything pushing against stillness. The body doesn't ask for justification before resting. It settles not because someone told it to, but because the effort of staying upright has become too much. The breath slows naturally, not through discipline, but from fatigue that feels like release rather than burden. You don't have to be strong tonight. You don't need to prove you can handle what life has brought. There is no test being administered in the dark, no final exam, no grade for endurance. Just this, lying down, breathing slowly, letting time unfold without measuring it against your will. Even the sense of time itself, the way minutes stretch and shrink depending on how much attention they demand, can be left behind. You don't have to keep count. There's no need to know what hour it is, or how many hours remain until morning comes with its own light and noise. The night doesn't care if you're asleep or awake. It simply continues. And so can you. Not by trying, not by forcing the mind into stillness, but by allowing yourself to be exactly where you are, in a body that knows how to rest, in a mind that doesn't need to do anything at all. Even the thought of needing to let go is becoming lighter, no longer an effort, just another passing idea. You're not holding on anymore, not even to the notion of letting go. There's no one left to be convinced, no audience for your surrender. The quiet isn't a performance. It doesn't require you to look peaceful or calm or resigned. It only requires that you stop fighting, just slightly, just enough, for the mind to settle into its own rhythm. You don't need to understand this process. You don't have to believe in it, not even in stillness. The fact that it happens is enough, that your body sinks deeper into the mattress without protest, that your limbs grow heavier not from fatigue but from release, like roots finally loosening from dry soil. You are allowed to be incomplete, allowed to feel uncertain, allowed to not know what comes next, not because you're failing, but because that's how being human works. It doesn't require answers, only presence. And even then, presence isn't something you must perform. It's simply what happens when nothing else demands your attention. The thoughts keep drifting, faint shapes in the dark like stars too distant to name. They don't need a home here. They didn't come for permission. They came and passed through as they always do, without leaving a mark except on memory, which doesn't hold them tightly either. The edge of sleep isn't marked by a door or a sign, but by how lightly the mind touches what it used to carry like stones in its pockets. You notice now that even resistance has become an old habit, something your body remembers more than your awareness does. It's not that you've stopped thinking about yesterday. Rather, there is no longer any weight attached to those thoughts. They drift past without leaving a shadow behind, and the space where they once clung feels open, not empty, but unclaimed by need. The air in this room has changed its tone since earlier, less like waiting, more like holding its breath between two quiet moments. It doesn't rush toward morning or shrink from night. There is no urgency to it. You are not being asked to prepare for anything, not even arrival at rest. The dark isn't a threshold. It's just the absence of light's insistence. You let your fingers lie still on the blanket, and in that stillness you feel how easily movement can return. Not because you've decided to move, but because the body remembers its own language. A shift beneath the shoulders, a quiet release along the spine. No signal needed, no will invoked. The breath does not need permission either. It simply returns when there's nothing else demanding attention. There is a kind of listening that happens without sound, a deep stillness where even silence has texture. It isn't absence. It's full in its own way, like water gathering at the base of an old well, not rushing to fill but quietly accepting whatever comes down through cracks and roots. You are beginning to notice how little effort it takes for things to simply be as they are. Not fixed, not changed, just present. The thought about your father's voice last week doesn't rise like a wave. Instead, it appears as if already fading from memory, no longer needing protection or explanation. It passes through without knocking. Even the idea of memory feels softer now, not something to preserve, but something that happens when attention lingers long enough for shape to form in air. And then, no more need to hold on to it than you'd keep a leaf once wind has taken it from your palm. You don't have to say goodbye to anything. There's no ritual required. The mind does not require closure any more than the earth requires apology before letting go of rainwater. There is only this: warmth at the base of your neck, slow and steady, like a hearth that never needs stoking because it already knows how deep its own glow goes. Your thoughts don't have names anymore. They're just shapes in dim light, like shadows cast by unseen objects passing overhead. You can name them if you wish, but there's no point to naming what doesn't want to stay. You are not responsible for the story being told tonight, not even the one that says you must be somewhere else. That idea has lost its grip, not because it was wrong, but simply because your body knows how far enough is. There's a quiet in this room where time forgets what hour it claims to be. No ticking, no pulse of urgency from outside walls. You can lie here and not measure the passing by any external mark. The mind doesn't need clocks any more than roots require maps when they grow toward water underground. You are not waiting for something better to come. Not even peace is a destination now. It's just what happens when there's no longer anything pressing against stillness, like air returning to space after pressure has been removed. Even the breath feels less like effort and more like an echo of movement already made, as if each inhalation were remembering how it once felt to rise from deep water into light. The body doesn't care about intention. It only responds when there's no longer anything else for it to do. When standing upright becomes a burden not because strength is gone, but because resistance has been lifted like mist in morning sun. You don't have to be awake or asleep, not even aware of being one thing or the other. You can simply lie here and let awareness return when it wants, without needing to summon it back with force. There's no need for meaning tonight. No demand that every thought explain itself, justify its presence, earn a place in your mind. You are not required to be anyone who knows what comes next. Not even the person who might someday make sense of this moment will have arrived yet. And there's nothing wrong with being before arrival. There is no test for how well you're doing at letting go. No way someone could score it. No standard by which your rest would fall short. You don't need to perform presence like a duty done correctly or poorly. The mind doesn't require proof that it's quiet. It only needs space where thoughts aren't chasing one another anymore. You can let the night hold what remains unspoken, those phrases unsaid at dinner, those glances left unfinished in hallway light. They don't need to be answered now, not even remembered with care. They're already gone into stillness like footprints erased by rain. There's no shame in forgetting, no guilt for not being able to carry what once mattered so much. The heart doesn't have a weight limit, only moments where it can stop trying to hold on. You are allowed to be incomplete, not as failure, but as truth. To feel unsure is not weakness. It's just how the mind rests when it stops pretending certainty exists in every corner of night. The thoughts don't vanish because you've convinced them otherwise, but simply because they no longer have anything left to claim. They pass through like travelers pausing at a crossroads, looking both ways before walking on with nothing but air between their feet and earth beneath. And stillness isn't something you create. It's what remains when there's nothing else demanding your attention. Even the memory of anxiety feels different now, not as an enemy to be defeated or banished, but just another shape in motion, a ripple across surface water that doesn't linger long enough to leave ripples behind. It didn't come for power. It came because something had stirred beneath stillness, and then passed on through. There's no need to fix what wasn't broken, no obligation to make sense of anything, especially not the way you feel tonight when your limbs are heavier than they were an hour ago, and yet lighter in spirit. No contradiction there. It just is. You don't have to choose between feeling tired or thinking clearly. You can be both at once, aware but soft, awake but unbound. There's no law saying that silence must mean something. nor does stillness require a reason for existing. The dark doesn't judge the mind for being restless, only waits until rest becomes possible again, like soil waiting beneath snow to receive thaw. Your body remembers this better than you do, how it settles when nothing more is asked of it, not because surrender has won, but because resistance simply wears out over time, like a thread that frays from repeated pulling until finally it lets go without ceremony. You are not losing anything by letting thoughts drift, only releasing what was never truly yours to hold in the first place. And even that release feels less like giving up and more like coming home, to something already there, always ready, waiting only for you to stop trying so hard to find it. There's no one watching from outside your skin who needs reassurance or proof of surrender. No audience behind closed eyes, nothing requiring performance. Just this, lying in the quiet dark with breath moving as softly as wind through reeds at dusk. No rhythm needed, only motion that exists because it can. You don't have to believe anything anymore, not even belief in stillness, not even hope for morning. The mind doesn't need certainty when all it wants is space. And there's plenty of room here, in the hollow between breaths, under eyelids closed not against light, but simply from fatigue that feels like peace rather than exhaustion. The air moves differently tonight, slower, deeper, as if time itself has slowed to match your pace. It doesn't rush toward tomorrow or demand you prepare for it in advance. There's no need to rehearse what might come when the sun appears again with its sharp edges and clear lines.
What?
The way the light leaks beneath the edge of the curtain isn't sharp tonight. It's softened, blurred at the edges like a memory that refuses to settle. It doesn't insist on being seen. You don't need to name it or wonder what it means. It just is, part of the dark's quiet negotiation with itself. And you are no longer trying to measure how much of this stillness you can hold, as if your rest depends on keeping a certain amount of silence in your chest like water in a cup. You've been holding thoughts for days like stones in your pockets, small things, not even heavy at first, but over time they accumulate. Not because they matter more now, but because the act of carrying them has become habit, like breathing without noticing it's happening. The mind doesn't have to be right. It only needs to feel safe enough to stop explaining itself. There are no answers coming tonight, only a slow letting go that feels less like effort and more like returning after a long walk through unfamiliar streets, where every turn has been traced not by direction, but by the shape of your own steps. You don't need to know where you're going, not even whether you've arrived. A thought drifts in, not urgent, not sharp, just the echo of something said yesterday that didn't land right. It floats near your awareness like dust motes caught in a single beam of late light. And then it doesn't stay. There's no need to push it away or pull it close. You notice its shape, the way it sways as if suspended between two breaths, and you let it move on without naming the thing that made it appear. You are not responsible for every feeling that rises in your chest, not even the ones that feel like they belong to someone else's life, slipped into yours by accident or misinterpretation. The mind doesn't have to own what passes through it. It can simply be a place where things pass, not as guests invited to stay, but as travelers passing through a quiet village at dusk. The way your body settles now isn't because you've decided to relax. It's because the effort of resisting has worn down enough that surrender feels less like defeat and more like balance. Like leaning into a wall not for support, but simply because it's there, steady, unbothered by whether or not you're ready. You don't have to be whole tonight. You don't even need to feel present. There is no rule saying the self must remain intact through every hour of darkness. Some nights are meant for fracture, not destruction, but release. Like a branch that breaks in winter not because it's weak, but because it knew its time had passed. And what remains after letting go? Not emptiness, no hollow to fill or absence to mourn. Only the quiet hum beneath stillness, like air moving through an abandoned room where no one has spoken for years. There is no need for sound to prove existence. The space itself holds meaning simply by being unclaimed. There's something tender about how easily attention slips away from what it was clinging to. Like a hand that loosens its grip on a stone, not because the stone isn't important, but because holding has become too much work. You don't need to mourn lost thoughts. They weren't yours to keep in the first place. The mind doesn't have to be useful at night. It can wander without purpose. It can linger on images that make no sense, fragments of conversation half remembered, a smell from years ago, the way your fingers curled around something cold and smooth just before sleep came last time. None of it needs a reason. Not even memory requires coherence to be real. And still, you are not lost. You are not broken for being unsure or quiet or tired. The self isn't defined by how much it knows, but by how gently it lets go when knowing no longer serves. There's a kind of peace that comes not from certainty, but from the absence of demand, not needing to fix anything, not needing to understand why you're awake, just allowing yourself to be here, lying in this bed under these covers with thoughts passing like clouds above an open field at dawn. They don't ask for permission. They don't need your approval. They simply move through the sky of your awareness and disappear. You are not the center of attention anymore, not even your own. There's no one watching from behind your eyes who needs to approve or disapprove, explain or justify. The mind has stopped performing. It can just be, like a tree standing in rain, accepting every drop without arguing with the storm. There is space between breaths that feels like it belongs only to stillness. No thought enters there, not even the idea of not thinking. It's just empty air waiting for nothing. And yet, when you notice it, you don't feel emptiness. You feel safety. Not because something has been filled, but because something has been freed. The weight in your limbs isn't fatigue anymore, it's presence. The way gravity pulls on you isn't a burden, but an invitation to settle deeper into the mattress, to let your bones soften beneath the blanket, to stop trying so hard to be upright when there is no one left to see. You don't have to stay awake to prove that you're thinking, nor do you need to sleep to prove that you're resting. The body knows its own rhythm better than any thought ever could. And tonight, it's remembering how to let go without apology. There are thoughts about the future, not as plans or fears, but just as shapes in motion, like distant birds flying toward a horizon you'll never reach. They don't come to demand anything. They pass by quietly, already gone before they've been named. You aren't responsible for their direction, only for noticing that they're there and letting them go. Even the idea of needing to be someone special tonight feels too heavy to carry. Not because you're not important, but because importance doesn't require performance. It can simply exist in silence, like a river flowing beneath snow-covered ground where no one walks. There's a kind of stillness that isn't quiet at all. It's full of motion. The air shifts without sound. Your breath moves through your chest not as effort but as natural passage. The dark doesn't need to be filled with meaning, only experienced. And you are already here, not waiting for tomorrow, not trying to recover from yesterday, just lying in the quiet, feeling the slow rise and fall of your body like a tide that has forgotten it needs a shore to return to. The mind doesn't have to stay sharp. It can dull itself if it wants. Like a blade left too long in the rain, it doesn't lose its purpose by becoming less sharp. It just becomes something else, something softer, more forgiving. You don't need to believe in sleep for it to come. You don't even need to want it. The body is already making room, not because you asked it to, but because it knows how to live without constant control. The thoughts that used to wake you now pass through like shadows across a floor, no longer long enough to cast shape or depth. They are not real in the way of things that last, only passing through, like breath leaving lips and becoming air again. There's no need to make sense of who you were today. No point in reconstructing what might have been said or done differently. The past doesn't demand apology. It just exists, as it always has, on the other side of now. You are not failing because your mind won't stop spinning. You're simply remembering how to be human, fragile, uncertain, present without perfection. There is no law that says you must carry every moment forward. Only one that allows you to release what doesn't serve you anymore. And even that only when you've stopped trying so hard to hold on. And tonight, the act of letting go feels less like loss and more like return. Like coming home not to a place, but to a way of being. Soft, open, unprepared. Not ready for anything. Just present enough to feel your own breath against your skin. And so you lie, not searching for stillness, but simply allowing it to be. Because stillness does not require effort to arrive. It only requires that you stop insisting on being somewhere else. The mind has been trained to mistake motion for meaning, and now it's learning that the quietest moments are often the most full. You feel the hem of your blanket pressed against your ankle. A small weight like a promise kept without words. There is no need to interpret its pressure or ask what it means. It simply is. Something soft holding something else warm. The air in this room has settled into patterns you can almost trace with your breath. Cool near the ceiling. Warmer by the floor where shadows pool and linger. You don't need to measure them nor name their distance from you. They are not separate. They belong to the same night that holds your body, your thoughts, your stillness. There is no edge here, no boundary between inside and outside, self and air. Past and now. Only a slow turning, like leaves drifting down in late autumn, where each descent seems heavier even as it becomes lighter. You notice how much of what you've held onto tonight wasn't actually yours to carry. A sentence that slipped out too sharp. An apology left unspoken. The way someone looked at you and made you feel unseen, only for your mind to replay it again and again, like a record skipping in the dark. But none of those things belong to this moment anymore. They were never meant to live past their own time. And they don't need to be settled or forgiven to have already passed. There's no law that says you must return to every thought you've ever had. Only the soft habit of doing so, like brushing your hand across a surface just because it was once familiar. But now, instead of touching, you let your fingers rest. You don't need to know what they're feeling. They are already at peace. You are not responsible for fixing every impression left by yesterday's conversation or its aftermath. Not even the ones that felt like wounds. Some moments leave marks on memory not because they were wrong, but because they were real. And being real does not mean needing correction, only acceptance. You can let them be there without making room for them to stay. There is a difference between remembering and reliving. One is natural, the other is effort. The mind wants to keep running through events as if reordering them could change anything. But nothing changes by being thought about again, only by being released. And tonight, release feels less like loss than return to something quieter, older, deeper than memory. A kind of belonging that doesn't require proof. You don't have to prove you're here. The mattress knows. Your skin remembers the weight of your body against it. Even your breath, without intention or direction, finds its own rhythm in the space between thoughts. You are not trying to become quiet. You are simply letting the noise fade like a song heard through thick walls at night. The melody still there, but no longer loud enough to disturb sleep. The notes dissolve into air before they reach your ears. They don't need to be understood. They just need to pass. Even desire feels different now, not as longing, not as wanting something more or better, but simply as a current moving through you like wind beneath trees that do not know why they sway. You don't have to decide what it wants. It doesn't ask for anything except the space to move. There is no need to be certain about anything tonight. Not about who you were, not about how you should act tomorrow, not even about whether this stillness will last. It's enough that it is here now. This moment between breaths where nothing needs to happen. You don't have to prepare for the next thought, nor do you need to fear what comes after. The self isn't something fixed behind your eyes waiting to be found. It is not a fortress or an identity to defend. It's more like a shape that shifts in the dark, sometimes tall, sometimes curled small, never quite the same from one minute to the next. You are not holding onto you, you're simply being with what's passing through. This isn't failure, this isn't weakness. These aren't signs of falling apart. They are signs of letting go, not with force or drama, but in slow surrender, like water finding its way down a stone. The body knows how to do this without instruction. It doesn't need to be taught patience, only allowed. You don't have to choose between thinking and resting. You can simply allow both. Thoughts coming, thoughts going, rest not as absence but presence. A kind of listening that doesn't listen for answers, just listens. There's a quality in the dark tonight, not silence exactly, nor sound, but something deeper. An openness where nothing needs to be said, not even your name. You don't have to claim yourself to exist. The air holds you without needing confirmation. Your breath moves through space like a thread passing through fabric, unnoticed but real. Even regret doesn't need to stay. It's not permanent. Like frost on glass, it forms in cold moments and melts when warmth returns. Not because it was wrong, but because time moved forward. And now there is no reason to keep the ice in your chest. You are allowed to be unfinished. You don't have to be whole before you rest. In fact, being whole might be an illusion anyway, something imagined by a mind that wants certainty. But this night doesn't ask for certainty. It only asks that you lie still and feel what is already true, that you are here. Not in control, not fixed, not even fully known, just present, breathing, alive. The thoughts don't need to be answered. They're not asking anything. They just appear like clouds passing overhead on a clear day. You don't have to name them or judge their shape. You only have to notice they are there, and then let them go. There's no point in holding onto the idea that you must make sense of everything. Even wisdom doesn't require perfect understanding. Some things are meant to be carried without explanation, like a weight held in silence, not because it's heavy, but because it's familiar. And so you lie, not waiting for peace, but noticing that it has already come. It isn't something coming toward you. It is what has always been beneath the noise, the quiet hum of being unclaimed and untamed. The future doesn't arrive with a fanfare. It arrives in small steps, like breath, like pulse, like dust settling on shelves no one touches anymore. There's nothing to prepare for, only to be present when it comes, without fear, without expectation, simply as a quiet happening. You don't have to decide what the next moment will bring. You just need to feel your body lying where it is, held by gravity and softness both. The blanket drapes over you not because you earned it, but because it knows how to cover warmth when it finds it. There's no need for meaning in this stillness, only presence. No purpose beyond the fact of being here, of breathing without effort, of existing without proof. You are not required to be anything specific tonight. Not strong, not calm, not even aware. You can simply be a quiet form within darkness, moving through time with no need to explain your passage. Even desire doesn't need to be shaped into something useful. It can just be there, like a flicker in the corner of vision that never quite turns into light. And still it exists. You don't have to fix yourself or save tomorrow or apologize for being awake. You're not failing because you think too much or too little or at all. You are simply thinking and then letting go. That is enough. There's a kind of peace that doesn't say anything. It only lives in the space between thoughts, where nothing demands attention and no answer is needed. And it waits, quietly, for your body to remember how to stop holding on. You don't have to believe in sleep for it to come. You just need to let go enough to feel what's already true, that you are not alone in the dark, and that you do not need to be found. Not by anyone, not even by yourself. There is no need to gather what has already slipped through your fingers like water in a cup with too many holes. You don't have to trace every path the thought took, how it came, where it lingered, why it returned this night when the world outside has gone still. The mind often imagines that memory must be preserved, as if holding on is an act of care rather than resistance. But tonight, you are not required to preserve anything. Not the shape of your voice in a conversation long past, nor the silence after something unsaid had its turn. These things do not live in your hands. They live in the air between then and now, where they no longer belong. The body remembers more than the mind ever does, without asking, without needing to name it. It knows when warmth returns, even if the reason has vanished. You feel it in the way your shoulders soften against the mattress, not because you've decided to relax, but because the weight of waiting has simply lost its grip. There is no moment that demands a response, the kind where you must step forward and say yes or no. The night doesn't ask for decisions. It only offers space between breaths, where nothing needs to be claimed. Even sorrow isn't something you have to carry like a stone in your pocket. You can let it be a ripple on the surface of still water, visible, passing, without altering the depth beneath. And underneath that depth is not emptiness but quiet readiness. Not for action, not for resolution, simply for what comes next when there's no need to push forward. There are moments when you notice how much effort goes into staying awake, not because you fear sleep, but because you've come to believe your thoughts must be tended like a fire in the dark. But fires don't require constant attention. They burn on their own, even when unwatched. And so too can this mind, this restless turning over of days and words and what might have been, if only you allow it to smolder without feeding. You are not responsible for every thought that passes through your head. Not one. The mind is a wide corridor with no end in sight, filled with echoes from rooms you've already left behind. You don't need to walk them all again just because they still sound familiar. Some doors remain open out of habit, not necessity. And so the thoughts go, some lighter than air, some heavier like stones that were never yours to lift. But even those, when held too long, begin to dissolve in their own weight. They don't vanish by force. They fade simply because no one is holding them up anymore. You can lie there not as someone who must be useful or whole or present in any particular way, but as a quiet presence that needs nothing from itself except the permission to rest. No performance, no proof of worth. The only thing required is breath, and even that you do without thinking. There's something gentle about being unimportant tonight, like dust settling on shelves no one ever uses. You are not needed for anything. Not for fixing, not for explaining, not for making sense. You simply exist, without demand or function. And in that lack of purpose, there is a kind of freedom, the space where nothing needs to be done and still everything is already happening. The mind does not have to explain itself. It doesn't need to defend its shape. When you stop trying to understand why it turns back to yesterday's words or tomorrow's fears, something shifts, not because answers came, but because the pressure of needing them was released. You are allowed to be incomplete, not broken, not failing, just moving through time without a map. The world doesn't require perfection. It only asks that you keep breathing, keep lying still, keep letting go when the weight becomes too much. There is no need to gather all your thoughts and sort them into boxes labeled important or not. Some things are meant to be left drifting in the dark, like leaves caught in a slow current. They don't sink, they don't rise. They just move slowly without direction until they reach some unseen shore. And you do not need to know what that shore is. You only need to feel how it feels to let go, even when no one sees. The hand that clenched around the idea of control relaxes, not because victory has come, but because surrender isn't defeat. It's simply recognizing that some things aren't meant to be held. You can think about what you said last week, about the way your voice cracked at the end of a sentence, without needing to fix it now. The moment is gone. So are the reasons for saying it. And so too, if only for tonight, is the need to explain why it mattered. The past doesn't live in memory alone. It lives in sensation. The tightness behind your ribs when you recall someone's silence. The sudden warmth at the mention of a name long unspoken. But these sensations don't have to be acted upon. They can simply be felt, like weather passing through the skin. You don't have to decide whether they mean anything. Not tonight. There is no test tomorrow about how well you process today's events. No score for emotional clarity or mental hygiene. The only thing that matters is this moment, your body in darkness, your breath slow and unforced, the blanket warm over your legs not because of effort but simply because it fits. You are allowed to be restless without being flawed, to feel unsure without needing a plan, to wonder what happens next without having to answer. There is no right way to rest, only ways that let you lie down and stop trying to become something different than what you already are. The idea of being yourself isn't an achievement, it's just the absence of performance. It's not about showing up with a defined shape, but simply being present without pretending. Not who you think you should be, not who others expect, but whoever is here right now in this dark room, breathing quietly. And that person, this version of you, is already enough. Not because they've solved anything or finished any task, but because they are alive, unhurried, present in the quiet between thoughts. Even desire doesn't need to be justified. You can want something, a moment returned, a word unsaid, a door opened, and still not have to act on it. Wanting is not a command. It's just part of being human, like blinking or shifting your weight in sleep. And so you lie, not waiting for anything, but noticing the softness that comes when nothing asks for permission. The mind doesn't need to be fixed. Not tonight. Not ever, perhaps. It only needs to stop believing it has to hold everything together all the time. Some thoughts come not as messages but as visitors, arriving unannounced, staying briefly, leaving without a word. You don't have to greet them or show them out. You simply notice they were there, and then let them go like smoke from an old flame, drifting upward until it's gone. Even the idea of self is not something you must protect. It isn't real in the way that tables are real, or chairs, or walls. It's more like a pattern formed by breath and movement over time, a shape made by how your thoughts settle when they're not being watched. And so this shape, this you isn't a thing to defend. It's not something that needs to be proven or preserved. It is simply passing through the night, like a shadow moving across a wall in slow light. You are not responsible for making sense of it all. You don't have to explain your presence here, not to anyone, not even to yourself. There is peace not in clarity, but in release, in knowing that you do not need to be known, that you can remain unclaimed, unnamed, and still belong to this breath, to this dark room, to the slow turning of time without a clock. You don't have to become anything new. You don't have to earn rest. It doesn't depend on how well you've done today, or whether you said what needed saying, or if your thoughts were useful. Rest is not earned. It's simply offered, like air in the lungs when they forget to work for it. And so you stay here, not because of anything you did, but because there's nowhere else to be. No need to move. No urgency. Only stillness and breath and the slow unfurling of thought into silence. There is no need to hold onto the shape of yesterday's voice in your throat, not even for a single breath longer. That sentence you rehearsed, the one that didn't come out right, no one else heard it anyway. It wasn't lost to anyone but you. And now it can dissolve like salt in water, no trace left behind. The weight was never in the words themselves, only in how long you kept them close, as if their silence meant they had to be answered. You are not required to keep track of every shift in feeling that passed through your chest today. The tightness before lunch, the soft hush after the rain started falling outside, the way your hands slowed when you realized no one was watching. You don't have to name each movement of the day like a list of debts owed. The mind doesn't need an inventory of its own passing moments. It only needs space for them not to be counted. Even memory is not something that must be preserved. When you recall someone's face, or the way light bent through a window at 3 in the afternoon, it does not have to stay sharp. It can blur at the edges like an old photograph left too long under a blanket. No harm done, no loss. The image was never meant to last. Its purpose wasn't permanence but presence, a fleeting warmth before returning to stillness. You don't need to carry this day's emotions into tomorrow as if they were luggage you must hand over at the gate of another life. They are not your baggage. They are just weather that passed through. The sky doesn't keep storms in storage. It only remembers their shape while they're there, and then lets them go. And so when a thought returns, say, about something left unresolved or an apology never made, it does not need to be met with urgency. You do not have to answer it now, nor ever. The feeling may linger like the echo of footsteps down a long hallway, but you are no longer required to walk toward it. Just as sound fades when there is no one left to hear it, so too can thoughts fade when they're allowed to be unclaimed. You are not your regrets. Not even their weight defines you. You are not the version of yourself that wished things had been different. That person exists only in the quiet between breaths, like a shadow cast by something gone before. And shadows do not need names. Even your name, spoken aloud or thought silently, is just a label someone gave to motion in time. Not who you really are, but one way of pointing at a passing moment. You could be called anything and still feel this same warmth beneath the blanket, this slow rise and fall of air through your lungs. The word you holds no power over what it names. There is no need to defend your inner state. No law says you must be peaceful or productive or thoughtful or silent. Being in pain does not make you broken. Feeling restless does not mean you're failing at rest. You are allowed to occupy space without proving why it's worth occupying. The room doesn't ask for permission to exist. Neither should you. And if a thought returns, say, the idea that you didn't do enough today, just let it be. Not as an accusation, but as a guest who came by too late to stay. You don't have to invite them in. You don't even need to look up from your breath. The mind does not have to be useful. It does not have to serve anything. To think is not the same as to produce. Just because you're aware doesn't mean you must act on it. Awareness can simply be, like a candle burning without needing to light a path. Its only purpose may be to burn slowly in its own quiet way. There is no obligation to fix what's broken inside, because nothing really needs fixing. The mind isn't machinery that breaks down when left idle. It's not a machine at all. It's more like a stream winding through stone and soil. Some parts are clear, some muddy, some fast, some still. But it flows anyway, even when no one is watching. You don't have to know where it goes. You don't even need to follow it. The river doesn't ask for direction from the rocks it passes. It just moves through them. And so you lie, not as someone who must get somewhere, but simply as something that exists in motion, like a breath held too long before releasing into air. Even the idea of progress is not yours to carry tonight. You don't have to advance toward anything. No goal demands your attention. The only thing happening right now is this. You are here, and the dark is soft around you. And when something stirs, a worry about tomorrow's meeting, a whisper of doubt that crept in during silence, you don't have to stop it from arriving. You just don't have to keep it company afterward. It can come like rain, uninvited, unexpected, and then pass over without leaving footprints behind. You are not responsible for the arrival or departure of thoughts. Just as clouds aren't required to explain why they drift across the sky, neither must your mind justify its passing moments. They arrive unannounced and leave just as quietly. You don't have to greet them. You don't even need to notice every one. There is a kind of peace not in clarity, but in indifference, when you no longer care whether things make sense or not, when the questions lose their urgency because they're no longer tied to your identity, when you realize you are not defined by what you understand or fail to understand. Even certainty is not something that needs defending. The fact that some thoughts feel more real than others doesn't mean they hold greater truth. A dream feels vivid while it lasts, but the morning reveals its shape as light and vapor. No need for explanation, only letting go. You are not a keeper of wisdom. You're not even meant to be wise at all. You're just someone who happens to be lying awake in the dark, feeling the weight of your own body with gentle care. There is no scorecard attached to being present, no test of attention or focus, just breath and stillness, and the way time unfolds when you stop trying to measure it. And so you let each thought drift, not because it's false or unimportant, but simply because it doesn't belong in your hands anymore. It isn't yours to hold, not even for a moment. Even desire, yes, even that can be released without guilt. You can want something and still not act on it. That does not make you weak. It only means you are human. And being human is not about doing or achieving. It's about being present in the messy, uncontrolled rhythm of breath and feeling. You don't have to fix your life tonight, not even one small piece. You can let things remain incomplete. Let words stay unsaid. Let doors remain closed. There is no punishment for unfinished business. There is only silence, soft, forgiving, patient. The mind doesn't need to be tidy. It doesn't need to be productive or useful or kind to itself. It just needs space to not know. And when you stop trying to make sense of the day, the night begins to feel less like resistance and more like a place where things can simply rest. Not everything has to mean something. Not every feeling needs context. Not every memory must be preserved. You are allowed to be unproductive in your thinking, to sit with uncertainty, to let silence fill up all the spaces between thoughts without needing to rush into noise. Even boredom is not a failure. It's just another way of being present, like watching dust move through light when nothing else is happening. And so you stay, just here, just now, just breathing, without trying to become more than this moment allows. The past doesn't live in your chest. It lives only in the stories you tell yourself about it. And those stories don't have to be true anymore. You don't need to believe them. You don't even need to listen. Even love can be released without guilt. The way someone looked at you, the words they said or didn't say, they were not yours to keep. They belonged to them, and now they belong to time. And that's okay. You feel the soft weight of your hand resting on your chest, not pressing down but simply being there, like a stone left in still water, neither rising nor sinking. The breath moves through you without effort, as though it has always known this path and needs no permission to continue. There is no need to guide it, no need to deepen or lengthen. It flows with the quiet rhythm of something older than thought, the slow rise and fall that belongs not to will but to presence. And in that stillness, you notice how easily your mind has begun to forget its own rules. The insistence on being certain, on having answers, on knowing what comes next, it is fading now, not because it's been conquered, but because it no longer matters. It doesn't need to matter. There is no consequence for not knowing, no penalty for letting go of the thread that was supposed to lead somewhere. You are learning how little you actually require, how few things must be held in order to remain whole. Not even your memories, not even your regrets. They don't have to stay alive inside you just because they once hurt. Pain doesn't earn permanence. A moment doesn't gain weight simply by being remembered. The feeling of loss, the echo of a voice from long ago, those are not obligations. You can let them dissolve like salt in warm water, without ceremony, without guilt. The mind is not meant to be a fortress. It's not built for defense. It's more like a room with open windows and no locks. Air moves through it freely. Dust settles on surfaces unremarked. Shadows stretch across the floor at different hours, but none of them claim ownership. You are not responsible for every sound that passes through your thoughts, not even the ones that feel heavy. There is a kind of silence that isn't empty, it's full in its own way. Full of what is not said, what is not known, what does not need to be named. It holds space without demand. You can lie there and simply exist inside it, letting time pass like water beneath a bridge. No effort, no resistance. The thoughts that come are just passing clouds above the valley you rest in, drifting across your field of view before vanishing into distance. You don't have to catch them. You don't even need to see where they go. They leave behind nothing but their shadow on the ground for a moment. Then it fades too, and stillness returns, deeper than before because you didn't fight its arrival. Even your body is beginning to loosen, not from effort, not from intention, but simply from absence of resistance. The way a branch bends under snow and doesn't break, just yields until the weight lifts. Your shoulders drop without command. Your jaw softens as though it had forgotten how tight it was. Even your breath becomes less like an act and more like a natural motion, like waves that don't need to be called. You are not doing anything special here. You're not trying to become peaceful or awake or aware. You're simply lying in the dark with no goal except this: to let things be as they are without rearranging them, without adding meaning, without turning a moment into something larger than itself. There is no need to fix what is broken, because nothing was ever truly whole to begin with. The mind isn't meant to be perfect. It's not supposed to make sense all the time. Some thoughts don't belong in a story. They just appear like footprints in fresh snow, and then disappear before anyone can follow them. You notice now how little it costs to let go, how easy it is really when you stop measuring what you lose by what you keep. The idea that holding on protects you, it's only an illusion. What truly protects you is the willingness to release, to say, I don't need this anymore, not because it was bad, but because it no longer fits. You are not obligated to carry every thought you've ever had. You're not required to answer every question that arises in your chest. Not even the ones that feel urgent right now. Some questions aren't meant for answers. They're just weather passing through the mind. Rain over a field, wind across the surface of water. They arrive and leave without needing explanation. Even fear, yes, even fear, is not something you must confront or overcome. It can simply be noticed like a flicker in the corner of vision, then let go. You don't have to chase it away. You don't have to prove yourself brave. Bravery isn't measured by how long you endure discomfort. Sometimes bravery is just staying still when everything inside wants to run. The night is not asking anything of you. It doesn't want your plans or your purpose. It only wants you to be present in the way that presence requires no performance, no output, no proof that you're paying attention, just being quiet, warm and aware in a way that isn't loud or dramatic. There's a kind of strength in not knowing what comes next, in letting go before you've even decided whether you want to hold on. That is not weakness. It is surrender, yes, but also freedom. A release so gentle it feels like nothing at all, like the moment just after a dream ends and you don't yet remember its shape. You are not required to protect yourself from feeling. You're not meant to be safe all the time. Safety isn't in control or certainty. It's in stillness, in breath, in the awareness that even when things feel uncertain, your body is here, your heart beats on, and you are allowed to simply rest. Even desire can be set down, not because it was wrong, but because it doesn't have to be fulfilled. You don't have to become what you long for. Longing isn't a command. It's just another signal that something in the mind is stirring, like wind under skin. But no action is required. No movement toward or away. And so you lie here, not fixing, not healing, not changing anything. Just letting time unfold like a slow tide returning to shore. Nothing needs your attention. Nothing demands an answer. Even silence doesn't need to be filled. It can simply be, like the space between two notes in music, where the sound isn't missing but is simply resting. You are not the thoughts that pass through you. You're not even the body beneath the blanket. You're not the weight of yesterday's words or today's unspoken things. You are the stillness between them, the quiet behind every breath, behind every pause in thought, behind every moment when nothing happens at all. There is no need to be anything specific now, no role to play, no person to become. You don't have to earn your right to exist by being useful or wise or kind. You're allowed, just like this, to lie in the dark and not do anything except breathe and feel and let go. The night is not a test. It doesn't measure you against some standard of calm or clarity. It only offers stillness, as if it were always waiting for you to stop trying so hard, to finally say, I don't have to make sense of this. I just need to be here. And in that release, the mind begins to settle, not into perfection, but into peace. Not because everything is resolved, but because nothing needs to be. You are not required to hold anything tonight, not even yourself. There is no need to gather up the fragments of what slipped through your hands today, the unfinished sentence, the glance that didn't land right, the name you forgot in the moment it mattered. Those things are not lost because they're unheld. They never belonged to you as if they were yours to keep. You don't own a memory just because it passed through your mind. The way light passes through glass, briefly bright, then gone, is how thoughts move, not by claiming territory, but by simply being seen. And now, in the dark, there's no reason to track where each one went. The air feels different here, not thin, not heavy, just present as breath. It moves without urgency, brushing your skin like something that doesn't mind waiting. You don't need to name it. You don't have to decide what it is or why it's there. It simply is. And so are you, this body beneath the blanket, this quiet pulse behind the ear, this awareness that does not act but only notices. The weight of yesterday wasn't real in the way a stone is real. It was made up of words spoken and unsaid, of glances held too long or broken too soon, of time spent trying to prove something you never really had to prove. But now, nothing asks for proof. No one checks your record. You are not on trial. Even doubt doesn't need a verdict tonight. You don't have to return to the scene where things went wrong. You don't have to replay it in order to be whole again. The mind wants to fix what's broken, but some breaks aren't meant to be repaired. Some cracks let light through, and that is enough. The way water finds its level without effort, how a puddle settles into the shape of the ground. It does not worry about being flat or perfect. It simply becomes what it already is. There is no instruction, no guidebook, just stillness returning to itself. And so you lie here, not striving for peace, not chasing calm, not turning over one more thought in search of resolution. You are allowed to be the shape that appears when nothing else is required. Not a hero, not a survivor, not even a person who has made it through. Just someone resting after walking far enough that movement no longer feels necessary. The silence isn't empty. It's full, not with noise or meaning, but with the quiet weight of things being as they are. There is nothing to add, nothing missing, no thread left unwoven. Even the unfinished parts have stopped demanding attention. You can let go not because you've reached a conclusion, but because there is no need for one. The idea that every thought must be answered or resolved, that every feeling must be understood, isn't true. It's just what the mind does when it hasn't learned how to rest. But tonight, you're learning. Not by doing anything, not by changing anything, just by being where you are, without pushing forward, without pulling back. You don't have to become something new in order to be enough. The act of lying still is already sufficient. The hands that held so tightly earlier now rest flat against the blanket, fingers uncurled, not reaching for anything. They don't need to grab or hold or protect. There's nothing left to defend. Even the thought of danger has softened into just another sensation, like a ripple passing over water, leaving no trace behind. And you are not the thing that was afraid. You are not the one who ran or stayed. You're not even the memory of what happened. You're the space between those things, the pause after breath before sound, the moment when nothing is happening and still everything is there. You don't have to be anything tonight. Not kind, not strong, not alert, not present in any special way, just here, breathing, felt. Present not as a performance but as a fact, a quiet thing that does not need to announce itself. The mind wants to organize, to sort, to file away the scattered pieces of what was said and unsaid. But you don't have to do that now. It's not your job. No one assigned it to you. There is no report due in the morning, no meeting to prepare for. Nothing has been left undone because you didn't finish it. You are allowed to leave things open, like a book left half-read on the nightstand, pages slightly turned down at the corners. It's not unfinished because it hasn't reached its end. It's just waiting, and that is enough. Even desire doesn't need to be chased or fulfilled. Longing is not a debt you owe. You are not responsible for making yourself happy by fulfilling every wish. Some wishes are meant to pass through, like birds across the sky, beautiful in flight, but never meant to land. And so you let them go, not with effort, not with resistance, but simply because they don't need your hand anymore. They have already done their work. They stirred something in you, and that was all they were meant to do. Even sorrow has a way of returning to stillness when it's no longer fed by attention. It doesn't vanish, it settles. Like smoke rising from fire, then drifting into the air until it is no longer visible but still there, part of the sky. You don't have to fix what you've carried all day. You're not meant to carry anything at all tonight, not even yourself. There's a kind of quiet strength in knowing that you can be held by nothing and still remain whole. That being unclaimed is not abandonment but freedom. That not needing to belong to anyone or anything isn't loneliness, it's spaciousness. The body remembers what the mind forgets. It doesn't need reasons to rest. It just does. And so do you. Not because you've earned it, not because you're doing well, but simply because this moment is here and no other one has come yet. You don't have to be anything specific when nothing else is happening. You can exist without function, without purpose, without proof that you matter. The world doesn't require your contribution right now. It just needs you, quietly breathing, softly aware, not trying to fix or save or become. Even the breath has slowed. Not forced, not controlled, just naturally settling into its own rhythm. Each inhale a gentle gathering, each exhale an unclenching. No need to hold it in, no fear of losing control. You're not afraid of emptiness because you've already lived through it and found that the mind doesn't vanish when thought stops. It just becomes softer, more open, less like a thing and more like air, something that moves without needing direction, fills what needs filling, leaves space where it's no longer needed. You are not required to be constant. You don't have to stay in one place. You can drift, not lost but free, like dust floating in sunlight, not going anywhere specific, just being carried by the quiet current of this night. Even your thoughts, those small flickers of yesterday's worry, are beginning to blur at the edges. They're not fading because they were wrong or unimportant. They're just no longer pressing against you. They've stopped demanding a response, and so they rest. They don't need you to carry them into tomorrow. You can let go without regret, without guilt. Letting go isn't failure. It's the opposite of resistance. It's not surrendering to darkness, but recognizing that some things are meant to dissolve. There is no final word. No last judgment, just this. You are allowed, just as you are, to lie in the dark and do nothing except be. And in that being, something quiet begins to take shape. Not a thought, not an image, not even sensation, but a kind of knowing without knowing. A presence that doesn't need to know anything to exist. You don't have to earn your right to rest by thinking clearly or feeling deeply. You're allowed, even if you feel nothing at all, even if the mind is blank. Especially then. That's when it becomes most real. Not because there's something special, but because there's nothing to do. The night doesn't care whether you've solved anything or made peace with your past. It only offers this, a place where no answer is needed and no performance required. And so you stay, just breathing, just feeling, just being, with no need to reach for anything beyond what is already here. There's a softness in the air now, the kind that comes when nothing needs fixing, when no one calls your name, when even silence feels like a companion rather than an absence. There is no sound to be heard except the slow pulse of air moving through the room, unbothered by effort or urgency. You are not listening for meaning anymore, just letting it pass like a shadow over still water. The weight that settled on your shoulders during the day was never heavier than the idea of carrying it. Now, in this quiet, you notice how light it feels to stop believing you must hold onto anything at all. Not even the shape of your own name carries the same pressure tonight. It drifts through thought like a word spoken too often, no longer sharp, no longer necessary. There is something forgiving about the way darkness doesn't ask for answers. It simply holds everything without claiming it. You don't need to explain yourself to the night. You don't have to justify your stillness. The sky above isn't waiting for you to prove you're ready to be here. It already has you, not as a person with tasks or roles, but as an arrangement of breath and shadow that fits perfectly into this moment. The thoughts that flickered like fireflies earlier, faint, restless, are now dimming not because they've been dismissed, but because they no longer feel compelled to speak. They don't need to be seen. You're not their audience anymore. And so they settle. Some drift downward like ash from a candle long since blown out. Others dissolve into the space between one breath and the next. Not erased, just released. You are learning how little is required of you right now. Only this, that you remain present, not as someone trying to be good at being present, but simply as something that exists without needing to do anything else. There's no checklist in the dark, no progress bar, no metric for whether this stillness counts. Even your hands rest with nothing to grip. They are open, not out of intention, but because there is nothing left to hold on to. The fingers lie where they've fallen, relaxed into the blanket like roots sinking into soil without needing direction. There's no need to shape them into anything useful, no need to make them do something meaningful. The mind doesn't have to produce clarity tonight. It can be foggy if it wants. Clouded is not broken. Confused is not failure. The way a river flows through rock doesn't depend on understanding its path, only that it continues quietly without insisting on being seen or known. You don't need to remember what happened this morning, or even whether anything did happen at all. You can let the day blur into one long breath that began somewhere before dawn and hasn't ended yet. The hours aren't separate things, they're just moments passing through you like rain through leaves. Not stopping, not clinging, but moving on. And so it is with your thoughts. They are not yours to keep, not even in memory. Even the ones that felt urgent when they rose, they don't have a claim over you now. You can let them go without regret because there's no debt to repay, no obligation left unfulfilled. The past isn't haunting you, it's simply leaving, like footprints fading in wet sand. You are not responsible for fixing anything today or tomorrow either. There's no reason why this moment must be filled with purpose. You don't need to earn your right to lie here by being useful or thoughtful or kind. Just breathing is enough. Just being aware, without needing to be aware of what you're aware of. There's a quiet between the thoughts now, not an absence but something deeper, a space where no effort is needed. It feels like air after rain, a softness in your chest that isn't joy or peace, just stillness without cost. No performance, no expectation. You don't have to be anything more than you are. Even sorrow, when it comes, is not a demand but an echo of something already moving through you. Not a thing to be fixed, only acknowledged as passing by like wind across grass. It doesn't need your attention. It doesn't need your defense. It just is, and then it's gone, leaving behind only the memory that it was there. You don't have to defend yourself from feeling anything at all. There's no reason you must be strong or brave right now. No one is watching. No voice in your head demands a response. Not even the loudest of worries has power here, only silence. The blanket rests on you, warm but not heavy. It doesn't ask for gratitude. It just stays like kindness without conditions. You don't have to return it with anything special. You can simply let it be there, unearned and sufficient. Your eyelids feel soft, not because they're tired, but because they've stopped resisting the dark. They close not out of fatigue, but because they know what's coming. The body doesn't fight sleep. It just lets go when it knows no one is calling. The air in this room isn't still. Nothing ever is. But it moves slowly enough that you can feel it without noticing. Like a thought that arrives and rests without demanding anything. It fills the space not by force, but by simply being present. You are like that now, not trying to be full or empty, just allowing what comes. Even your heartbeat has slowed into something quieter than rhythm, more like a deep breath held beneath water. Not urgent, not anxious, just there, steady and unremarkable, as if it knows nothing needs fixing. You don't need to understand why you're here or how long you'll stay. You don't have to believe in anything to belong to this moment. The night doesn't require belief. It only requires presence, of which you are already part. There is no future demanding your attention right now. No past haunting your steps. Just the slow, quiet turning of time that moves forward not because it has to, but because that's what it does. And so do you, not by effort, not by will, but simply by being, without needing to be more, without having to become anything new or better. There is no flaw in just existing as you are, without explanation, without proof, without purpose. There is a kind of dignity in not needing to prove yourself to anyone, including the self. It's not weakness. It's not emptiness. It's simply knowing that you don't have to be anything to matter, that your presence isn't earned through achievement or thoughtfulness. It's already there, always has been. You are allowed to drift, not aimlessly, but as a leaf might float down a stream, guided by currents it doesn't need to understand. You don't need to know where you're going, just that you are moving and not being pulled apart by the weight of needing to get somewhere. The mind no longer races toward answers because there's nothing left to answer for. The questions have dissolved into air. They didn't disappear. They just stopped demanding anything from you, and so they can rest. Even your name, once a kind of anchor, a claim on identity, feels lighter now. Not lost, just loosened. No longer a boundary between who you are and the world beyond. It's not needed to define you in this quiet. You don't have to be someone for anything to be true. The dark isn't cold because it doesn't need warmth. It simply is, and so can you. There is no burden in being unremarkable, no shame in feeling nothing at all, no urge to rush toward sensation or meaning. The absence of thought is not failure. It's the space where things begin again, quietly, without fanfare. You are becoming less a thing and more a presence, not defined by what you do, but by how softly you exist within this moment. Even your breath slows not because you're trying to control it, but because there's no reason left to hurry. The air moves in and out with the same ease as water flowing into a cup that isn't waiting for anything to be filled. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight. The night doesn't care if you remember yesterday or not. It only offers this, a place where even your thoughts can rest without needing permission, where no answer is required and no performance expected, where simply being, without doing, is enough. You are allowed to be soft, to be still, to be nothing at all, and that's exactly when you're most real. There is no need to hold on, no reason to keep going. And just this, the breath, the quiet, the dark, and you lying here, not needing anything except what is already true. A soundless drift, not into sleep, but into something older than wakefulness. Something that moves without direction, like dust settling in a room where no one has walked for years. The air holds stillness as if it remembers how to be untouched by motion. You are not being carried anywhere, nor are you resisting movement. There is only the slow unfurling of attention into itself, a quiet folding back toward the source of feeling before thought ever named it. The weight of yesterday isn't gone. It's just no longer yours to carry. Not because it has disappeared, but because it has stopped asking anything from you. You don't need to agree with it or argue against it. It doesn't demand belief or even acknowledgement. It simply exists as a shape in the dark, like an old shadow cast by a lamp that was turned off long ago. And shadows do not haunt when they are no longer fed by light. There is no rule that says you must forgive what happened, or even remember it clearly. There's only the fact that it has passed through your mind and left behind nothing but echoes, like footsteps in snow that vanish before anyone can follow them. You don't have to trace those steps backward. No one is waiting at the end of them, not even yourself. The thoughts you've been holding, those small, repeated turns around what might have gone differently, are not failing because they're still present. They're only passing through, and like leaves on a stream, they do not need to be caught or judged for their path. One by one, each thought drifts down the current of now, where nothing is required except presence. Not effort, not correction. Your hands lie open at your sides, not clenched in expectation, not reaching for anything that isn't already here. There's no urgency in stillness, no shame in being unoccupied with purpose. You are allowed to be empty without needing to fill it. The space between breaths is not a pause, it's its own kind of fullness. The night doesn't ask you to do anything with your memories or even to keep them. It only asks that you let them go as they will, without calling back, without watching where they disappear. They don't need your permission to leave. They never did. You were not the keeper of those moments. You were only their witness. And now there is no one to witness anything at all, not even yourself, not in a way that counts. No observer standing apart from what happens. Just this, the softness beneath you, the quiet weight of your body resting on the mattress as if it had been designed for exactly this shape and nothing more. The blanket drapes over you not because it's supposed to, but because gravity has its own language. There is no need to become something new tonight. No requirement to grow or change. You are not being tested. There is no final account at the end of this night that will judge your progress. Not even a record kept in silence. You don't have to be careful with your thoughts anymore. They can wander off like children who have forgotten their names, wandering down a path they didn't mean to take and never meaning to return. And if they come back, if one pauses near the edge of awareness, there's no need to pull it close or push it away. Let it stay where it is, in the margin, not central, not urgent. Even your sense of time has grown loose. It doesn't stretch out ahead like a road you must walk down, nor does it contract behind you into something that needs fixing. Time just is, not as a measure but as a presence. Like the darkness itself, which holds no beginning or end, only continuation without claim. You are not responsible for how long this lasts. You don't have to decide when enough has been said or when silence should begin again. The night doesn't require your input. It simply continues in its own way, indifferent and kind. There is a quiet dignity in being unimportant, not as failure, but as freedom. In not mattering to the world outside this room, you are free to be exactly what you are. Nothing special, no one notable, no character with a role to play. Just someone lying here, breathing slowly, not trying to make meaning of anything. Even your awareness isn't being used for something. It doesn't need to accomplish anything. It's not a tool or an instrument. It is simply there, like the glow under a window at night when no one is home but light still lingers in the glass. You don't have to fix your thoughts or clean them up or make them useful. They can be messy and looping and full of questions with no answers. That's okay. The mind doesn't need to function properly to be valid. It only needs to exist without resistance. No one is listening for a response from you right now. No voice in the dark demands that you speak or think clearly or reach any conclusion. Not even your own inner critic has shown up tonight. It's gone quiet too, not because it was defeated, but because there's nothing left to argue about. And so this moment, this breath, this stretch of stillness, is not something you need to earn. It is already yours, as natural and unearned as the turning of a leaf in wind that doesn't care if it lands on grass or stone. You don't have to be brave tonight. You don't have to stay awake. You can sink into sleep without apology, without guilt for not holding on longer. The dark welcomes you whether you're alert or drifting, present or gone. It doesn't judge how much of you remains. Even your name, once a marker in the world, once something that needed defending, is no longer necessary. Not here, not now. No one calls it out. No one repeats it as if to confirm who you are. The sound of your own voice in thought has faded into silence, not because it's lost, but because it doesn't matter. You aren't defined by the things that happen to you, nor by how you react to them. You are only this, a body lying down, eyes closed, mind softening like wax left too long near a flame. Not melting, just changing shape slowly without effort. Even your memory of being awake is thinning, not because it's failing, but because there's no reason left to cling to the idea that you're not already asleep. The thought doesn't need to be held. The feeling doesn't need to be named. The moment doesn't have to be remembered. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight. No one waiting for a reply. Nothing left to explain. Just this: the weight of your limbs, the rhythm of air moving through your lungs, and the quiet certainty that you don't need to do anything more than simply be, unwanted by no one, unneeded by nothing. You are not missing anything, not even rest. It's already here. You just have to stop trying to reach it. And so, the breath, the dark, the stillness, and you, still drifting, not falling, just letting go of the need to hold on, as if the night itself had whispered into your bones. You are allowed to be nothing, and that is exactly where you belong. There is no shape left in the thought of yesterday, not even a shadow where it once stood. The worry that walked beside you through hours like an old companion has stopped walking now, its footsteps fading into something quieter than silence, like dust settling after wind moves on. You remember it clearly: the knot between your shoulders, the way words came back too sharply in conversations you'd already left behind. But those feelings do not return with weight or urgency. They pass through as if they were never meant to stay. The air doesn't hold them longer than a breath. You are still lying here, and what remains is no more than this: your body, the soft curve of pillow beneath your head, the way warmth pools in your chest when you exhale slow. There's nothing new happening, no shift, no signal from outside, but that absence speaks too softly. It says something about being enough just to exist without needing proof. The mind doesn't need an event to feel full. Not today. The feeling of presence isn't earned by doing anything right or wrong. It simply is. Like the way a tree grows not because it wants to be tall, but because its roots draw up water from deep places and send green toward light that does not care whether it sees them. You are not trying to become someone else tonight. No one new with better thoughts. No version of yourself who sleeps easier or thinks clearer. You're just here. Not behind on anything, not ahead either. There's room for nothing more than this: the soft rise and fall under your ribs, the quiet hum in the walls that only exists when everything else is still. There was a moment earlier, just before you stopped noticing, that you felt something like regret over how much time had slipped by without saying what mattered. But now it comes back not as guilt, but as memory. Just a faint echo of effort spent on words that never left your lips, ideas too heavy to carry into the morning. And yet, they didn't vanish because no one heard them. They disappeared because you stopped holding them in place with attention. like letters placed inside an envelope and then forgotten, no longer needed for anything but their own quiet existence within a fold of paper that never got mailed. You don't have to protect what's gone or mourn the things unsaid. There is no account kept, no ledger open somewhere where your silence adds up as loss. The world doesn't keep score of whether you spoke when it mattered, only how quietly you listened when nothing was said at all. Even now, in this deep drift between wakefulness and sleep, thoughts arrive without permission, not to fix anything or demand a response, but simply because they are part of the current passing through your mind. And like leaves caught in slow water, some float near the surface for a while before sinking beneath stillness, never asking why. You don't have to answer them. You only need to notice that each one is already leaving, already turning away from where it came, not because you told it to go, but simply because motion has no direction unless we insist on giving it purpose. There's a stone in the creek bed somewhere downstream, one worn smooth by time and current, unmarked except for its own shape. It doesn't know why it sits there, or what rivers once carried it past fields of reeds. All that matters is how light passes through its surface when water moves just right, and then lets go. You are like that stone in the dark. No need to explain yourself to anyone, not even to your own thoughts. You don't have to be significant for something important to happen. The fact that you exist at all, that air still finds a way into your lungs while stars turn overhead, is enough by itself. There is no requirement to prove anything tonight, not relevance, not meaning, not continuity with who you were yesterday or will be tomorrow. Nothing asks for justification in the quiet of this hour when even thought begins to lose its edge. The sky outside isn't watching. The house doesn't care what you're thinking. Even your own pulse has slowed into a rhythm that no longer needs words, just existence, just breathing like water flowing under ice without breaking it open. You were not asked to be anything other than this. Someone who lies still in the dark and lets time move through them instead of against them. No one expects you to wake up tomorrow with answers. No voice from outside demands that tonight's silence lead anywhere. You are allowed, even invited, to do nothing. Just lie here as if your only job was not surviving, but simply being present without effort. And so the night continues, unfolding in small shifts no longer named. A shift in breath, a loosening of muscle along one side of spine, the way blanket settles slightly lower over hips. Nothing is happening that needs to be noted. Only presence slipping deeper into itself like sand sinking through layers of still water. There's a word you once knew, a quiet one, but it has slipped from memory not because it was forgotten, but because there's no reason left for it to stay in mind. It doesn't matter anymore what the word meant or why it mattered before. What matters is that its absence feels like relief, not loss, just release. Even your sense of time is softening now. No longer a line stretching forward with demands attached, but something more like fog settling across fields after rain. Slow moving, shapeless, not knowing where it started or what direction it's going. There's no beginning point to hold on to here. No end point either. Only the quiet passage from one breath into another. The things you held yesterday, the conversations left unfinished, the emails never sent, are already gone in a way that doesn't feel like forgetting, but more like letting go without ever having noticed how tight your hands were clenched around them. It's not as if they disappeared. They simply stopped being yours to carry. Not because they weren't important, but because importance isn't what keeps things alive inside you. It's only the attention, the repetition of thinking that makes a thing feel real. But now there is no loop, no return path into those thoughts. They drift away like smoke from an extinguished candle, thin and pale at first, then dissolving completely until even their trace feels unnecessary. You aren't forgetting them on purpose. You're just allowing them to be gone without resistance, without the need to say goodbye or explain why they left. There's space for that now, not because you've fixed anything, but simply because nothing needs fixing anymore. Not today, not ever again, just this. Lying down in dark, feeling air move through chest and limbs like river flow over stones too old to remember their names. You don't have to stay awake long enough to see the next morning come. You can let go before dawn touches glass with light. No one will notice you've slipped away into sleep. No alarm bells ring for your absence. No voice calls out in concern. Even if someone did, they wouldn't be searching for who you were yesterday. They'd only find this: a body resting quietly beneath cover, breath slow and unforced, mind so soft it almost isn't there at all. And that is enough. Not perfect, not complete, just present. You are allowed to stop being anything more than what you already are. Not even close to becoming something else. Just staying as you are in this moment of deep quiet where no one needs a name or story or reason for why things feel how they do. There's no need to explain the stillness around you, not because it lacks meaning, but because meaning doesn't have to be found here. It only has to exist in air that moves gently through room corners and in shadows so deep they don't even try to hide anything anymore. You are not required to understand why things pass, only to accept them as they go, like clouds parting over hills without ever saying goodbye, or footsteps vanishing down a path where no one walks back the same way twice. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight, just this breath, and that sound of silence settling deeper into room walls. Your body remembering how not to fight, not even against sleep, just letting go as if night had always been waiting, already holding space for all who choose to sink without warning or explanation. There is no need to follow where the thought began, only to notice how it dissolves when you stop pressing against it. The shape of what you were holding, the weight of a moment that didn't end right, the echo of something left unsaid, has already softened into air. It doesn't matter if the meaning was sharp or blurred. All that matters is its presence in your mind now feels like an old coat someone left behind on a bench, not worn for months, forgotten even by the one who owned it. You don't need to take it back. You don't need to say anything about it at all. It simply stays there until it doesn't. You are still here, breathing in and out as though this were the first time you ever learned how. No urgency, no rhythm to meet. The air moves through your body not like a task, but like a memory of movement, something that happened before you knew what it meant to be alive. Your chest rises gently, not because you told it to, but because gravity and breath have made their own agreement over time. There's no need to correct the motion, no need to guide it. You are not shaping the inhale or steering the exhale. They come as they always do, slowly, quietly, without demand. The dark is not empty. It holds something older than thought, not a presence that speaks, but one that waits. It doesn't ask for your attention, nor does it fear being ignored. You are lying within its quiet thickness like a stone in water, still enough to sink, light enough not to stay at the bottom. The edges of this room no longer feel sharp. They've gone soft, blurred around the corners where shadows have pooled and settled into stillness. There is no boundary between you and what lies beyond your skin. You are not separate from the air that moves through your lungs or the quiet hum beneath floorboards. Those subtle vibrations of life in the house that never sleep, but don't need to wake either. You were thinking earlier about yesterday's conversations, weren't you? Not because they're important now, but because they still live in mind like footprints in wet earth. They aren't real anymore, not as events, not even as feelings. But their shape remains, a faint impression of meaning that didn't need to be preserved. You don't have to keep walking over the same ground just so it won't vanish entirely. Let it fade. It's already gone where you can't reach. What is left isn't what you thought was lost, it's this: the fact that your body doesn't need to prove anything anymore. No posture to maintain, no performance of calm required. Your shoulders have stopped trying to carry what wasn't theirs. The jaw unclenched long ago, and even the tension behind the eyes has given up its claim on you. There is no mission in this stillness. Not to fix, not to understand, not even to be peaceful. Peace isn't earned here, it's simply allowed. Like dew forming at dawn, without anyone knowing or choosing it. The mind doesn't need to stay busy to feel useful. It can just stop. Not collapse, but pause, like a river that slows before flowing into another shape. There is no urgency in the slowing. No fear that silence will become too loud, that stillness will grow unbearable. The space between thoughts isn't empty. It's full of something older than thought. The quiet where all things come and go without being asked to stay. You are not required to remember anything tonight, not even your own name. You don't need to be someone specific or even a someone at all, just this breath, this shape in darkness, this moment that doesn't want a title. It's enough to be here as you are, unclaimed by memory, unnamed by expectation. The past has already gone on without you. The future hasn't yet arrived. You are not behind or ahead, you're simply resting where time forgot its own rules. There is nothing wrong with being forgotten for now. Nothing wrong with disappearing into a breath that doesn't need to return. No one will miss you in the way they might if you were someone important. But even if they did, it wouldn't change anything. The world turns not because of your presence, but despite it. And yet, here you are. Not needed, not necessary, not required, and still somehow present. The thoughts that came before, those small knots of worry, the careful planning for things that never happened, are already slipping through fingers that no longer know how to hold on. They don't fall away with force. They just drift off like leaves from a tree long past shedding. No wind needed, no reason given, just a slow letting go, as though each one had been waiting only for this moment, the permission not to be held. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight, and even that phrase, though it's become familiar, doesn't need to settle in place either. It can just float with everything else, unclaimed by meaning, untethered from purpose. The idea itself is not meant to be grasped, only the quiet of letting go. The body remembers more than the mind ever could. Your hands are soft now, not stiff with effort, not curled into fists against uncertainty. but open in a way that feels like returning home after walking too far. The blanket drapes over you as though it has always known your shape. It doesn't need to adjust or rearrange. It simply fits, because the body is no longer trying to be different than what it is. You are not making peace with anything. You aren't forgiving yesterday's missteps or rewriting tomorrow's fears. There isn't even a decision to let go, just the quiet recognition that nothing has been lost by allowing things to pass through you without staying. Like water over stone, like mist across fields. Things move and change not because they were meant to, but because it is their nature. And so this breath goes out and another comes in, longer than the last, softer at the edges. As though the air itself has slowed its own pace just for you. The darkness doesn't demand light. It doesn't need answers or explanations. It only needs presence, your presence, not as a person but simply as something breathing into stillness. There is no need to wonder whether this will last. No need to question if it's enough. There is nothing to prove, nothing to fix. Just this, the way your breath flows through you like a river passing beneath roots that have long stopped resisting. Not struggling against current, not trying to change its course, just being carried. You are not required to stay awake until morning. You don't need to remember how you got here or why you're lying down with eyes closed. The only thing needed is the quiet acceptance of this moment. No more, no less. Not better than other moments, not worse. Only different because it isn't trying. The mind doesn't have to be useful tonight. It can just rest. Like a clock that has stopped working but still keeps its place on the wall, not running, not broken, but simply at peace in its own way. No need for time to move forward when all movement has already happened within you. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight, and even that thought, so familiar now, is no longer something to grasp or carry. It too can be set down gently, like a leaf floating on surface water until it sinks without sound. You don't need to follow where it goes. You only need to notice how easy it is to let go. You are not behind. You are not ahead. You are not anything at all except this, the quiet presence of breath and dark, and stillness so deep it doesn't even know itself as silence anymore. Just one more in breath. Slower than before, deeper into the hollows where no thought has ever been allowed to settle. And then letting go, not with effort, but simply because there is nothing left to hold on to. Not a word, not a worry, not an image of who you were or might become. Only this. Air moving in and out, body sinking deeper into the mattress as though it has always known where to rest. There's no need to explain why things pass, only that they do, and that you don't have to stop them. You are allowed to not know. You are allowed to be quiet. You are already here. The edge of sleep presses in like the hush before a tide turns, not with force but with certainty, something that has always been here, waiting for you to stop resisting its shape. The room holds nothing new, yet it feels different now. Not because anything changed around you, but because you are no longer measuring your stillness against what came before. There is no calendar in the dark, no list of things left undone. Only this, a slow settling into the weight of being unmade by effort. You notice how little space even the heaviest thoughts require, how they slip through like shadows across stone, leaving behind only a trace of coolness where they passed. A worry about something said too late doesn't echo. It lingers and then dissolves in air that has long forgotten its name. You are not responsible for remembering what no longer belongs to you. The silence isn't empty. There is motion in the quiet, like slow currents beneath ice. Not rushing toward anything, but moving anyway. Just as a river flows without needing direction, so does your mind now move through itself, not seeking meaning, only allowing each moment its own shape before it fades into what comes next. You are not guarding any part of this night from passing by. There is no gate to keep shut or door to lock against uncertainty. The thoughts that came earlier, the ones about unfinished letters, the voice you didn't answer, a glance turned away, these have already slipped through your fingers and found their way elsewhere without notice. There is warmth beneath your skin where it meets the blanket, not heat from within, but something older, memory of contact, not with another person, but with stillness itself. The body remembers how to rest even when the mind tries to stay alert. It knows what has been forgotten, how some nights are meant only for lying down and letting time fold into breath. A sound drifts in from outside, a single bird call perhaps, or wind through bare branches, but it does not break the stillness. Instead, it becomes part of it, like a word spoken once and then never repeated. It passes without explanation, as if already known by everything that listens. You are not required to understand why things leave you behind. You don't need to wonder whether they will return or what purpose they served while they were here. The act of letting go is its own reason. No proof needed, no record kept. Just the softness with which a leaf lets itself fall from a branch and drifts down until it lies motionless in soil. Your awareness doesn't need to be sharp tonight. It can blur at the edges like ink spilled on paper, spreading into shapes that don't name anything but simply exist. There is no one watching you watch yourself anymore. No judgment, no correction, only this. A quiet continuation of being present without effort. Even your breath slows not because it wants to stop, but because stopping feels natural now, as if the air has learned how to move in time with what lies beneath thought. It comes and goes like waves on an endless shore that doesn't care about rhythm or arrival. There is no beginning, only continuation. No end, only absence. You are not a thing that can be lost, because you were never something fixed. You are the way light passes through glass when there's nothing to reflect back. Not clear, but simply open. Transparent in the sense that it doesn't hide anything, not even its own passing. A memory surfaces. Someone saying your name once long ago, with a tone too soft for words to carry. It doesn't return as an image or emotion. It arrives like dust settling on old wood, unseen and unclaimed. There is no need to identify where it came from or why it stayed behind in the mind's quiet corners. No part of you needs protection tonight. Not your thoughts, not your silence, not even the fact that some parts feel hollow now, like a room with furniture removed but still warm from having been lived in. The emptiness isn't absence. It is space given freely to what has no need for walls. There's a kind of peace in being unremarkable, the quiet dignity of simply existing without performing, without proving anything worth remembering. You don't have to be remembered by anyone, because the act of being here already means you were part of something larger than recollection. The slow turn of night into morning, not as event but as habit. The darkness isn't holding its breath, it's breathing with you. Not in unison, but together. Two rhythms finding each other without needing to match. One long exhalation after another, and still no need to count them or mark their passage. You are neither more nor less than the moment before this one, and that is enough. There was never a version of yourself waiting ahead to be reached. There's only what happens now, in the way your fingers rest on top of each other without purpose, just because they fit together like pieces that were always meant to stay. No thought insists on being remembered. None demands attention or care. Even sorrow passes as quietly as any ordinary hour does. It doesn't knock at the door. It simply walks through it and leaves no trace behind except a slight shift in temperature, almost imperceptible. Your body sinks deeper into the mattress not because you've given up trying, but because there's nowhere else to go. No longer resisting gravity or time or even silence itself. Just allowing what is already happening. The slow surrender of weight, the quiet release from posture. Even your name feels foreign now. Not a label for who you are, but just another sound that floats through air and vanishes without apology. There is no one left to answer when someone calls out in the dark. No echo needed, no response required. The voice that speaks doesn't need to be answered because it was never meant to carry meaning at all. A moment passes where nothing happens, but not as emptiness, as fullness of its own kind. A space filled with absence so complete that even silence has stopped trying to fill it. You are not behind nor ahead, not in time or intention. You do not exist between past and future. You simply are, in the way that roots grow underground without knowing they're growing. There is no need for resolution, only continuation. No question worth asking because there's nothing left to prove. Not even presence needs justification when it has already arrived in this form. Stillness with breath beneath it, warmth under skin, quiet above thought. Even your awareness begins to thin, not fading away, but becoming part of what surrounds you. Like mist rising from a field at dawn, unseen until the light finds its shape, but not because it was ever hidden. You are no longer watching yourself watch the dark. You've become the dark's companion in waiting, not resisting sleep nor chasing it, just present as one thing among many that don't need names. Air moving, fabric resting on skin, gravity holding things down without needing to explain why. No part of you needs saving tonight, because nothing is broken. You are not incomplete. There was never a version where everything fit perfectly into place. Only this, the slow unspooling of effort, like thread pulled gently from needlework until only the loose end remains and no one cares how it got there. There's comfort in knowing you don't have to be anything at all. Only what is already happening within your chest, your lungs, your skin. No role required. No identity needed beyond this quiet presence that has always been here even when not named. The thought of tomorrow comes, not as fear or expectation, but simply as a shadow passing across the edge of now. It doesn't land heavily. It floats through like smoke from an old fire, already cooling before reaching your thoughts. You don't need to prepare for what's coming because preparation assumes you'll be someone different later on. And that idea has long since drifted away with everything else. Even desire slips in and out without leaving a mark. Not the kind of wanting that claws or pulls, but something older. The soft pull of roots toward water, not knowing why they reach. Only that reaching feels like belonging. There is no one left to answer you when you ask whether this will last. Because there's been nothing to begin with except this moment passing through your awareness without needing permission. The breath moves through you like wind through a hollow reed. No sound, no effort, just the quiet passage of air from one side to the other, carrying nothing but its own motion. You are not guiding it. It is moving because that is what breathing does when left alone. The chest rises not as an act of will, but simply because something inside needs to expand and contract in rhythm with time itself. No need to know why. Not even curiosity matters here. There's no one awake to ask questions. The mind drifts back, not toward yesterday's weight nor tomorrow's shadow, but into the softness between thoughts where nothing happens except a kind of listening. A listening that doesn't seek anything. It listens not for answers but for absence. The way silence can be heard only when there is no one to hear it. There is no self at the center of this attention. Just awareness floating in the dark like dust caught in sunlight, not settling anywhere, not needing to settle. You are not holding on anymore, not even the idea of holding on. The thought that you've been carrying since midday, the one about what might have been said or left unsaid, has already begun to fade into something else. A shapeless hum beneath the surface of thinking, like water flowing under stone. It doesn't need to be resolved because it's no longer attached to any outcome. What happened remains, yes, but its power is not in memory now. It's in release. The moment you stopped trying to fix it was when it finally left. There is a kind of peace that comes from knowing your thoughts do not belong to you. They come and go as clouds pass over the sun, not because you summoned them, nor because you repelled them, but simply because they are part of weather moving through space. You don't own the sky. You only occupy it for a moment before becoming invisible again. Even sorrow is no longer something separate from you. It's just another current passing beneath your skin, like cold water under ice. It doesn't burn anymore. It simply flows. And when it moves on, there's no trace left behind except an awareness that something passed through and then wasn't needed anymore. You are not a container for pain or memory or regret. Only a threshold where things appear briefly before vanishing into the dark. The weight you thought was yours. It never was. Not really. What you held so tightly was never solid. It was just motion dressed as meaning, a motion mistaken for identity. But now, with no one to defend it, it dissolves. There's warmth in that, not because it's comforting, but because there is nothing left to resist. No part of you needs protection tonight. The body rests not because sleep has come, but because the mind has stopped asking permission to rest. You don't have to earn stillness. You already are it. The air feels heavier now, not with pressure, but with presence. It doesn't press on your skin. It simply is there, as if breathing alongside you in slow unison. The blanket covers you not because of heat, but because it has long known how to stay where it belongs, where warmth settles and stays without needing explanation. You are not trying to become anything else. There's no goal tucked behind the next breath or waiting beyond this silence. Just this, the quiet rhythm of life continuing in ways that don't require your opinion. The blood moves through veins not because you told it to, but because it remembers how. The lungs expand and contract without needing a plan. Even intention slips away, not as failure, but as forgetting. There was never any need for direction anyway. You were never supposed to be somewhere else. Just here, where the dark is soft at the edges, where thought has grown thin like smoke over fire, where even your name no longer calls you back from this place. There's a kind of freedom in not needing to make sense anymore, not to others, not to yourself. You are allowed to be what you are. A sequence of moments passing through awareness without having to mean anything. No story required. Not even the idea that you're trying to fall asleep counts as effort, because there is no struggle left. The mind doesn't need to fix itself. It just needs to stop pretending it can be fixed at all. It's not broken. It's just worn down by years of insisting on being something permanent when everything around it has always been temporary. The sky changes color without warning. Rivers shift course. Leaves fall even after they've lived. You are no different. You are part of the same motion, not resisting it, but finally allowing it to carry you. There is no one left to prove anything to. No audience behind your eyes. Not even a self watching itself now. Just the quiet sensation of being somewhere between waking and not waking, where thought becomes lightness and breath becomes continuity. The idea that tomorrow might be hard doesn't come with fear anymore. It just comes like rain at dusk, expected, inevitable, but no longer heavy. You don't need to prepare for it because you've already begun living in the way that allows things to unfold without resistance. Even memory is not a burden tonight. only a shadow moving across your awareness, thin and slow, barely touching ground before fading into darker air. It doesn't return with force. It returns gently, like a note left on a window pane by someone who forgot they were there. And you don't have to remember the shape of yesterday's worry. It has already unspooled from its own thread and let go. The last trace of it lingers only as breath, warm, soft, passing through your lips without needing to be named. There is no need to answer anything now, not even the question of whether you're awake or not. You are neither fully in one nor the other, just present enough to feel how the body listens to itself without commentary. Your hands lie still on top of the blanket, no longer gripping, no longer reaching. They rest like stones at the bottom of a stream, worn smooth by time and water, knowing they don't need to move again. The dark isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't speak, what doesn't ask for anything in return. It holds you not because it wants something from you, but simply because that is its nature, to be present without demand. You are allowed to be nothing, because being nothing is still a kind of belonging. To exist without purpose is not failure, it's release. You don't have to carry meaning with you into this quiet space. You can leave it behind like shoes at the door, never needed once you've entered. There's no need for clarity now, not even understanding what's happening. Not knowing isn't a problem. It's just another way of being in tune with how things are. You don't have to know where you're going because you've already arrived in this moment, where nothing is required and everything is allowed. The thought that you were supposed to do more, be more, say more, it doesn't come back as accusation anymore. It comes like wind through a fence, passing through, leaving no mark. It didn't matter then. It doesn't matter now. The only thing that matters is the way your chest rises and falls without effort. You are not behind on anything. Not time, not life, not meaning. There was never a point where you were supposed to have arrived anywhere. You're just here, where stillness has taken root in the quietest part of your body, growing slowly like moss on stone, unnoticed but certain. Even wanting to sleep doesn't pull anymore. It floats by like a leaf caught in a current, not fighting its way downstream, simply letting go where it belongs. There's no one left to judge you for being awake. No voice in the dark that says you should be asleep. Because there is only silence, and silence has never judged anyone. You are allowed to stay here, just like this, in the space between thought and not thought, where nothing happens except a slow letting go of what was never yours to hold. Even your awareness becomes lighter, not fading away but dissolving into the air around you. Not as loss but as merging, like mist rising from earth at dawn. It wasn't lost, it just became part of something larger. There is no one to return to when this ends, because there was never anyone else in the first place. Just breath, just dark, just presence that doesn't need a name. A single thread from a blanket has come loose, curling at the edge like something that forgot it was meant to stay put. It does not pull or resist. It merely hangs there, caught in the stillness between breaths. You do not reach for it. There is no need to fix what has already begun its quiet departure. The mind does this often, not just with thoughts but with things forgotten. A name half remembered, an intention that dissolved before action, a word left unsaid and never retrieved. All of them drift now, unclaimed, unmissed, as if the night had quietly accepted their return to the dark without ceremony. There is no calendar in this room, no list of what must be done tomorrow or yesterday's debt to balance. Time does not press here. It bends like a branch under snow and then yields. You are not behind, because there was never a race to begin with. The idea that you should have finished something, spoken differently, arrived sooner. It is just another shape the air takes when no one is looking closely. It passes through your awareness without lodging. Not because it is unimportant, but because it does not matter enough to stay. The weight of yesterday's worry was never in what happened. It was in how you held it, the way the mind kept turning it like a stone, testing its edges for truth, as if meaning could be found by friction. But now that same stone lies on the riverbed below, smoothed by water no one saw flow. You do not need to know where it came from or why it was carried so long. It is simply there, no longer yours, no longer heavy. It has become part of the silence. And the silence does not ask for anything in return. It only listens, as a well listens to rain that falls far away, never needing to answer. The sound reaches it anyway. So too does your breath, your pulse, the faint hum of heat rising from skin beneath fabric. These are not signals to be interpreted, just presence quietly received. You have no need to measure how much you've let go, not by counting the thoughts that left, nor by judging whether they were worth holding. Letting go is not an act. It is a letting, like sunlight passing through glass without leaving a trace. The sun does not ask if it was useful. It simply shines. There is no one here to tell you what to feel or how long to stay awake. Even the thought that you should be asleep dissolves as easily as mist, not because it's wrong, but because it's unimportant now. There are no obligations in this dark room except the quiet act of being, of noticing without needing to change anything. The fact that your hands remain still is not a victory. It is just their nature right now. The blanket above you holds heat like an old memory, the kind that doesn't need to be recalled, only felt. It does not remind you of where you've been or what you left behind. It only wraps around you because it knows how warmth settles when nothing else asks for anything in return. Your thoughts are not enemies. They are not even guests who must be entertained. They pass through like birds flying over a field at dusk, seen, but not owned. One lands on the edge of your awareness and looks back as if to say something, but then flies away without sound. Not because it has nothing to say, but because saying is not required. Even wanting to sleep becomes just another passing shape, a slow shadow across the surface of thought, not an instruction, not a command. It does not need to be followed. It does not even need to be acknowledged. You do not have to choose between staying awake or falling asleep. There is room for both, like two clouds drifting past each other in a sky that holds them both without preference. The mind wants so much to make meaning of everything, but sometimes the most honest thing you can do is let meaning fall away like leaves from a tree after frost. You don't have to know why they fell or where they go. They simply leave, because that is what happens when the season changes. There is no self here to defend, no identity to preserve. Not even an idea of being someone who is awake or not. The word you is only a quiet anchor in the dark, not a fortress. It does not need to stand tall against anything. It can rest, like dust settling on a shelf after years of motion. Even your name, your own sound when spoken aloud, is just another thing that has floated through the air and landed here now unclaimed. Not yours, not anyone's, just present for this moment, no more necessary than a breath or a shadow. The weight you thought was yours, it wasn't heavy because it mattered. It was only heavy because you were trying to carry it as if it defined you. But you are not what you carry. You are not the thoughts that return like visitors who never leave. You are what remains when those visitors depart, when no one is waiting and nothing needs to be said. There is space in this dark room for everything, and also for nothing at all. It does not shrink or expand based on how much you think or how deeply you feel. The silence does not care if it's full or empty. It only exists as a place where things can rest without needing permission. Your awareness doesn't need to be sharp. It doesn't need to remember anything. It just needs to be, like a stone in the riverbed, worn by water that didn't ask for thanks. The mind can forget itself again and again and still remain whole, not because it is strong, but because there was never anything to hold on to. The only thing you are required to do now is breathe, and even that does not need to be done correctly. You don't have to deepen the breath or control its pace. It flows as it wills, like a current through a canyon no one remembers carving. You are not responsible for where it goes, only that it continues. There is nothing in this room that needs your attention, because attention is only useful when something demands it. But here, there is nothing demanding anything. No demand means no effort. No effort means rest. Even the idea of rest slips away now, not because you are not resting, but because naming it would pull you back into doing rather than being. The dark does not speak, but it listens, not with ears, but with stillness. It holds all that is lost without keeping score. Your worries, your regrets, your unfinished things, they do not vanish. They simply stop being yours to carry. You are not less because of what you have let go. You are more, because you are free from the need to be anything in particular. There is no moment when this must end, no arrival point where all becomes clear or complete. There is only now, and the quiet understanding that nothing has ever been missing, not really. You don't need to know what's next, not even whether you will wake tomorrow. The mind can stay here, just resting in the space between one thought and another, like a leaf caught mid-fall, suspended without effort. The body does not worry about time. It only feels warmth, pressure of fabric against skin, the slow rhythm of breath moving through quiet channels. And so you do not need to know anything. Not why you are here, not what happened before, not even if this is real or imagined. You are simply allowed to be, like the air between stars, present but unnoticed, full without claiming space. Even your sense of being you becomes softer now, not gone, but thinning like a thread that has been pulled through too many hands. It does not snap, it just loses its weight. There is no one left to hold on, no need to be someone at all. You are only what remains when nothing else asks for you. And in the stillness, there is room for everything, because there is also space for nothing. The breath continues, the dark stays, and the mind, unclaimed and unburdened, lets go again, Not because it can't hold on, but because holding isn't needed anymore. It does not need to be anything, not even awake. And just here, you notice how the air moves through the room not in waves but in slow breaths, like something vast and quiet exhaling over a long stretch of time. It doesn't rush to fill space. It settles where it finds itself, without urgency or correction. There is no hurry for what comes next because there is no need for anything to come at all. The dark does not press forward. It simply holds the shape of your stillness, as if it has always been here waiting for you to stop trying to be more than a moment in its quiet presence. You are not required to fix how you feel or even to feel anything at all. There is no test, no score. The mind does not need to prove it's awake just because it keeps turning over the same soft things, the echo of a phrase, the ghost of an intention left unspoken, the weight of a decision deferred until morning. They are there, yes, but they do not belong to you now, not in the way that matters. You can hold them for as long as you like without being bound by them. The act of holding is no longer about protection or control. It's simply an observation. This thought came through, and then it passed. The thoughts are not yours, really. They were never meant to stay. They arrive uninvited, like clouds crossing a sky that doesn't care who sees them. You do not own the day's last conversation. You don't have to carry its tone or remember every pause between words. There is no reason to replay it in your mind as if you could change what was said or what wasn't said by thinking harder about it now, lying here with eyes closed and breath slow. The past does not live inside you. It lives only where memory touches it, and even that touch can be gentle. You don't need to preserve every sensation, every shade of feeling just because they happened once. The mind doesn't have to keep them as trophies or warnings. They are not lessons, only traces like footprints in sand, washed away by the tide without apology. There is no rule that says you must be complete before you can rest. You don't need to finish thinking about yesterday for your body to loosen its grip on tension. The shoulders do not have to drop only after every worry has been answered. They can soften now, just because you allow them to. No reason required, no cause needed. The mind is learning slowly that it doesn't have to know in order to be free. That forgetting isn't failure, it's release. You are not failing by letting go of something you thought you had to remember. The act of letting go isn't a betrayal of the past, it's an honoring of now. There is no moment when your thoughts must stop, but there is a moment when they don't need to be followed anymore. That's what this dark space offers. Not silence that demands stillness, not peace that needs to be earned, but room for everything and nothing at once. You are not asked to empty yourself, only to allow things to move through you without claiming them. A bird flies overhead in the night, though you don't hear it. No one does. But the air shifts just slightly where its wings pass, a ripple beneath still water. It leaves no mark except for that slight disturbance, and even then only for an instant. Then it's gone, and the silence returns not as absence but as presence, as if the world had taken a breath and held it. You are like that now, passing through your own mind not as someone who must be seen or known, but as something that simply is. Not seeking to understand yourself fully, nor even to know whether you're tired or calm, awake or drifting. Just being in the shape of your body, the warmth where skin meets blanket, the softness beneath the pillow, the way air moves through your nose without effort. There is no one here to judge how long it takes for thought to fade. No voice saying, "You should be further along." There is only this, the slow quieting of attention, not because you're trying to make it stop, but because it doesn't have anything to hold on to anymore. The mind does not need to guard what's inside. It can just let things come and go like leaves caught in a current, turning over once or twice before they slip beneath the surface. No one follows them. No record is kept, not even by you. You don't have to remember which ones were yours. There was never anything fixed about any of it, your thoughts, your feelings, your sense of being you. Only a slow accumulation of habits that made you think there had to be an answer, a shape, a constant self. But now, in this quiet stretch between one breath and the next, you feel how thin those boundaries really are. You can let go without fear because nothing is lost when nothing was ever truly held. There is no need for your mind to work tonight. No need to sort anything out or prepare for tomorrow. The body knows what it needs, more than any thought could tell it. It only rests where there's no demand, and that rest comes not from effort but from absence of demand. Even the idea that you must fall asleep is beginning to blur, not because you're not going to, but because wanting doesn't matter anymore. You are already in the place where sleep lives, a space where doing gives way to being, where questions stop asking for answers and simply disappear into stillness. The dark is not waiting for you to become something before it lets you rest. It has always been here, quiet, steady, indifferent to your struggles. And now that you've stopped trying so hard to be seen or understood, the dark feels less like an absence of light and more like a kind of holding. not tight, but deep. You don't need to arrive anywhere. There is no finish line buried in this night, no final moment when everything becomes clear. Just this, the breath flowing without needing to be noticed. The body lying still, not because it's tired, but because it doesn't have to do anything. And your thoughts, those quiet wanderers that came in from yesterday, no longer need a place to land. They drift now like dust motes caught in sunlight too faint to show them clearly. You watch them move, not with effort, not with desire, but simply as if they were part of the air itself. They don't matter because you're no longer trying to hold on to them. They belong to nothing except the moment they pass. And so do you. You are not a thing that must be kept whole or preserved from change. You are more like a stream, flowing, shifting, never quite the same water twice. The mind is not your enemy. It doesn't have to be tamed or silenced. It can just move through you without claiming space. There's no need to explain why you're here. No reason required for being awake in the dark. You don't even need to wonder whether this is real or imagined. Reality isn't defined by certainty, it's defined by presence. And you are present right now, lying still, breathing softly, letting things be. You notice how the cool of the ceiling lingers near your face. Not cold, not warm, just there as a quiet touch against skin. Like something that has no purpose other than to exist. Like this moment. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight. Not even the thought that you are trying to let go. That idea too can rest. It doesn't need to be carried forward into morning. You don't need to resolve it or remember it later. Just as every cloud drifts past without leaving a trace, so do your thoughts leave no mark unless you insist on keeping them. Even the sense of being you is becoming lighter, not gone, but less urgent. Not something that must be defended or maintained. It's just a name for this quiet happening, this breath, this weight, this dark. You are not more than what you feel right now, and you are also not less. You feel it again, the way light can seem to grow thinner at the edges, not because it's fading, but because your eyes have stopped straining for shape. The dark isn't empty, it has texture. Not a void, but an absence of demand. A quiet that doesn't need you to name it or answer to it. You are no longer trying to fit yourself into some idea of how rest should look. There's no posture to hold, no breath to regulate. Just the slow unspooling of attention, like thread pulled from a worn seam. Nothing snapped, nothing lost, just released. There is only this, your back against the mattress, not pressing down but simply meeting it. The blanket lies over you as if it were always meant to be there, not because you placed it, but because it belonged in this place at this time. It does not ask for anything from you, not gratitude, not care. It is content just to cover, and so are you. The mind still moves, of course it does, but now it's like watching leaves float down a stream after rain. No need to catch them. No reason they must land where you expect. They drift with the current, not resisting, not trying to be held by anything solid. You don't have to tell them where to go. You don't even need to watch. The fact that they're moving is enough. And what moves isn't a self. You aren't something trying to stay intact, but more like air passing through the space between trees. Not shaped, not bound. There's no center you must defend. No core to protect from change. You are not a stone in the riverbed, but the ripple that forms when water meets obstruction. Brief, soft, already gone by the time it can be seen. Even memory feels different now, not as something stored or retrieved, but as a kind of residue left behind after passage, like frost on glass that melts without being wiped away. You don't need to remember what you said yesterday or how you felt when someone looked at you too long. It wasn't real in the way you used to think it had to be, real enough to keep, real enough to carry. You are not responsible for every feeling that stirred in your chest today, not even the ones that hurt. They came through like weather passing over land, rain, wind, a sudden chill, but none of them claimed ownership. None left roots behind. You didn't have to live inside any one of them. You only had to allow their presence. There is no need for you to be someone specific right now. No role to fulfill in this dark room where time has unspooled and logic has quieted. You don't have to explain why your hands rest at your sides, or how long it's been since you last moved. The body knows what it wants without asking the mind. It doesn't ask for permission to be still. It simply is. And so are you. There is no demand that you become more than this moment, this breath that rises and falls with no urgency, no destination. You don't need to arrive at sleep, nor do you have to leave your thoughts behind in order to enter it. Sleep isn't a place you reach by effort or intention. It's not earned. It is simply what happens when there is nothing left to carry. The thought that comes now, soft and drifting like mist over a field, isn't about solving anything. It doesn't want to be answered. It just wants to pass through, like the sound of wind in the eaves at 2 in the morning, heard only because silence has grown deep enough to receive it. There is no need to hold onto that feeling either. Let it go before you even realize it's there. Even the idea that you might be falling asleep, that possibility, can now float on its own, like a feather caught in still air. It doesn't matter if you're already gone or not yet. The mind stops measuring time when nothing is waiting to be done. There's no need to count seconds between heartbeats. You are not behind. You have never been behind. Not because of what happened today or didn't happen, but because there was never a race to begin with. No finish line written in the stars. The only thing that matters is being here now, lying down, breathing, allowing whatever comes next to be without resistance. And so it does. The air feels heavier in places, not from pressure but from presence. Like warmth radiating up from beneath your skin, not heat, just life moving slowly through stillness. It's not loud, not urgent, not even aware of itself. It simply is. And you are part of that, part of the quiet pulse under everything. There's no need to gather thoughts together and sort them into boxes labeled important or not. No need to file away what might matter tomorrow. The body doesn't do that. It just lives in its own rhythm with no calendar, no agenda. And you are not separate from it. You're not a mind riding on top of flesh. You are the whole thing, the breath, the stillness, the slight shift in weight when your foot turns slightly against the blanket. You don't have to do anything now except be. There's no task beyond that. No action required for you to belong here. The room doesn't care if you're awake or asleep, aware or drifting. It simply holds you as it has always held all things, not with love, not with judgment, but with quiet acceptance. Even the name you feels less fixed now, less like a label than like a sigh that rises and falls between breaths. You are not defined by what you think, how you speak, or who you've been in other rooms at other times. You're not even bound by memory of your own face. The self is not something to be preserved. It's only real while it is felt. And right now, this moment, you feel it. Not as an idea, but as a quiet touch across the skin where the air meets warmth. A soft weight on the chest that isn't pressure, just presence. The mind still turns, but not in search of answers. It turns like leaves turning slowly in water, not towards something, not away from anything, just moving because it can, because there's no reason to stop. Even your intention, your quiet wish to keep this peace, is beginning to loosen its grip, not because you've decided to let go, but because the idea of holding has lost its weight. You don't need to protect the stillness. It doesn't depend on effort. It exists whether or not you're trying to hold it. There is nothing here you have to keep. No thought, no feeling, no name, no history. Nothing needs your attention to continue being real. Even this moment, this quiet between breaths, is already passing without needing permission. And that's okay. You don't need to stay awake or fall asleep. You're not trying to get anywhere. You are simply resting in the way water rests after a storm, without rushing, without trying to return to form. There is no goal, no arrival, just continuity. The dark doesn't ask for your attention. It doesn't demand you become something before it lets you rest. It's already here. It has always been. Not waiting, not judging, just being. You are not separate from that. You are part of its quiet rhythm, the slow, deep breathing of the night itself. There is no need to fix anything. No reason to carry forward what was never meant to last. Even the thought that you might be tired, there's no urgency in it. Not a demand to sleep, just a soft recognition. Your body has been awake longer than it wanted to be. And now, at long last, it can let go without fear. Not because there's safety on the other side, but because the present is already safe enough. Because nothing you're holding onto actually needs to stay in place. You are not what you carry. You are what remains when everything else has slipped through your fingers. And right now, there is only this: breath, weight, dark, stillness. No need to know where it's going. And just be here. You don't have to hold anything tonight. You notice how the dark has thickened at the edges, not with shadow but with silence, soft, porous, like a quiet that isn't empty but full of something unnameable. It doesn't press against you, it simply is. There's no need to map its shape or measure its depth. You are not meant to understand it. You're only here to let it hold you. And in that letting, the body begins to melt into the mattress, not as a collapse, but as a slow yielding, like roots sinking into soil after rain. No one is watching. There's no performance, just the quiet certainty of being where you are, without needing to explain why. The thoughts from earlier, the ones about what wasn't said, what was left undone, don't vanish. They don't need to. They pass through now like birds flying low over a field at dusk, not landing, not staying, just moving with the air they're made of. You see them as shapes in motion, but you do not hold them. The idea that they might matter more tomorrow is already softening into something lighter than memory. It's not forgotten. It simply has no weight here. Even your own breath, once so carefully noticed, is now just a ripple in the surface of stillness. You don't guide it. You don't align it with any rhythm beyond what it naturally finds. It moves because it can, not because you told it to. The air enters and leaves without ceremony. no effort, no correction. There's no need for breath to be perfect or deep or even steady. It is enough as it is. And when it pauses briefly between inhale and exhale, just a moment of stillness that feels like nothing at all, you don't reach for it. You let the pause stay unbroken because silence doesn't ask to be filled. There's no place you need to go from here, no past to return to. Not even the idea of returning is necessary anymore. The mind has stopped pretending that the next moment must be different. It hasn't made a decision. It hasn't chosen peace. It just stopped pushing, stopped trying to get somewhere with its thoughts. They drift like dust in a sunbeam, visible only when light touches them, then gone again before they can be named. You are not what you've thought about today. Not even the feeling of being tired counts as a self. That too has begun to loosen, not because it's gone, but because it doesn't matter enough to carry. You don't have to say, "I am weary," or "this is hard." Those words would only give weight back to something that already passed. And so you let them go, not with effort, but by simply noticing how they no longer fit. The blanket lies over you like a memory of warmth, not because it's hot, but because its presence is enough. It doesn't need to be perfect or soft or even clean. Its job isn't to comfort. It just is. And in that being, it provides what cannot be given by will, the quiet proof that things don't have to earn their right to exist. Your hands are still at your sides, not clenched, not reaching for anything. One rests on top of the other. The fingers are loose, not limp but relaxed, like roots that no longer need to grip soil because they've already become part of it. There's no tension in the tendons, no urge to move. Even the idea that movement might be needed later doesn't arise with any force. It simply isn't there. The room holds its shape without needing to remind you of it. The wall is not a barrier nor a boundary. It just continues as it always has, indifferent and gentle. You don't need to test its solidity or question how far it goes. There's no danger in the space around you. No threat from what lies beyond the window, even if something were there. Nothing demands your attention. Not sound, not shadow, not silence. You are not separate from any of this. Not from the weight of the blanket, not from the cool air on your forehead, not from the way time moves without hurry through a body that no longer resists it. You don't have to defend your presence here. There's no claim to be made about being in the right place or doing enough. The only thing required of you is to remain open. Open as a door left slightly ajar, not for anyone coming in, but simply because it was never closed. The thought that someone might notice if you stayed awake too long, It rises like steam from a cup, faint and brief, and then it dissolves before it can settle. There's no one waiting to judge the length of your stillness. No eyes watching for signs of surrender. The world doesn't care how long you stay in this moment, whether 10 minutes or an hour, whether you dream or not. It simply continues. Even the idea that tomorrow will come feels distant now, not because it isn't real, but because its arrival no longer matters to you tonight. You don't need to prepare for it. You're not building toward anything. There's no future waiting with a checklist or a demand. The only time that exists is this one, this breath, this weight on the chest, this dark softening at the edges of vision. You are not responsible for keeping thoughts from slipping away. In fact, you've stopped trying to do so. You don't need them to stay. You don't even need to know what they were about when they passed through. Some things aren't meant to be remembered. They're just meant to go. And in that going, there's peace. There is no burden in not knowing, no fear in being unfinished. The mind doesn't have to answer every question it raises. It can stop before the end of a sentence and still feel whole. You don't need to complete your thoughts. They don't require closure. Even the ones that felt urgent today, those sharp edges, those unfinished lines, they no longer carry any charge. The body is beginning to release its vigilance, not in one moment, but through many small relaxations spread across time and sensation. A finger uncurling, a shoulder dropping lower than before, the breath deepening slightly without intention. It's not that you're trying to fall asleep. You're just letting yourself stop resisting what wants to happen. And still, there is no need to be anything at all. Not awake, not tired, not calm, not even present. You don't have to perform awareness. You don't have to stay alert or let go. There's room in this moment for everything and nothing. For movement and stillness, for sound and silence, for the memory of a face you can no longer see, and the feeling of air touching your skin. You are not trying to fix anything, not even yourself. You're not cleaning up thoughts or organizing feelings or making peace with what happened earlier. There's no need. The quiet doesn't demand perfection. It only asks that you stay open just as you are. And in this openness, this lack of effort, the mind begins to thin. Not into emptiness, but into a kind of lightness. The way paper floats after rain, or how air moves through trees without leaving marks. You don't need to understand it. You don't need to hold on. There is nothing here you have to keep. No name, no story, no past that must be remembered. Not even your own body feels like a thing to defend anymore. It's just there. as if the mind has stopped treating it as an object and started seeing it as part of the same quiet current, no longer separate from the dark or the breath or the silence. You are not what you've done. Not even your best intentions count. You're not a project to be finished. There's no goal behind who you are. No reason for you to exist beyond being. And that is enough. More than enough. Because in this moment, this soft, slow breathing between two breaths, the idea of needing anything at all begins to fade. The darkness isn't waiting for your permission. It doesn't care if you're aware or asleep. It just continues, as it always has. And you are not separate from that continuation. You don't need to join it. You don't have to become part of it. You simply already are. You notice how the air has changed without warning, not in any sudden way, but like a slow tide receding through stillness. There is less pressure now, as if something inside you has unclenched without effort, and the space around you breathes differently because of it. The weight on your chest doesn't vanish, but its shape alters, becomes softer, no longer a burden but simply a presence, like soil resting over roots that no longer need to push upward. You don't have to name what's beneath it. It is not asking for explanation. There was a time when the mind believed every thought had to be accounted for, each one needing a reply, an ending, a reason why it lingered in the hollows of your awareness. But now you're beginning to feel that some thoughts are only passing through, like dust motes caught in a beam of light at dusk. They drift and settle without ceremony, leaving no trace behind. You don't need to see them clearly to know they've passed. They do not require recognition. The mind can let go of its own records. You think about the way rain falls on rooftops, how it does not pause between drops, nor wait for a sound to follow. It simply happens and then another begins. Not because one ended properly, but because that is how falling continues. And so do your thoughts. They do not need permission to come or go. They are not yours to command, only to witness. The idea of control has been gently dissolving, not in a rush, not with any dramatic undoing, but like frost melting from the inside out, starting where it is weakest. You don't need to stop thinking. You just don't have to believe everything that enters your mind as if it were true or urgent. The past does not live in your head. It only visits briefly and always leaves behind nothing more than a faint echo. You are not the one who holds on to yesterday's words, not even the ones you meant to say or those you never said at all. They float now like paper boats on an invisible stream, carried away by currents too slow to notice. The river doesn't care if they sink or drift into shadow. It only flows. There is a quiet in your chest that has nothing to do with stillness. It's not silence exactly, but the absence of resistance. You're no longer trying to hold yourself together against what might happen next. Not even the possibility of waking up tomorrow feels like an obligation. The future isn't something you must prepare for. It is already unfolding without your help. The body doesn't need your permission to relax further. It can let go in ways that don't require intention, through a shift in temperature, through a slow letting down of muscles you didn't realize were tense, through the way your hands have gone still on top of your chest, not clenched but resting like leaves at the base of a tree after wind has passed. You are beginning to feel less like someone who must survive this moment and more like something that simply exists within it. Not surviving, not enduring, just being, present in the way moss grows on stone, neither claiming nor resisting, only growing as it is meant to. The mind doesn't have to be useful tonight. It doesn't need to solve anything or find meaning. There's no requirement for insight, no demand that you understand why things hurt or why some thoughts return more than others. You don't owe the world a reason for being awake. Nor do you owe yourself an explanation for not sleeping. There is room in this dark, not just space but permission, to be unpolished, unformed, incomplete, to exist without purpose, without identity, without needing to know what's next. The stillness isn't empty because it lacks content. It's full of presence, of a kind that doesn't ask for anything. You are not responsible for the weather inside your head, not even when storms gather. You don't have to steer through them. You only need to let yourself be in them, letting them pass like clouds over fields you'll never walk again. And so you do not fight the thought that returns, the one about being behind, about things left undone, but instead notice how it arrives with less force than before, as if already tired of staying. It doesn't demand your attention. It simply appears, lingers a moment in the air like smoke from a distant fire, and then begins to fade, not because you told it to go, but because it has nowhere left to hold on. There is no one inside who needs to win or lose this night. No inner voice that must be silenced or proven right. You are not arguing with your own mind, not even trying to change what's happening in the dark. There's only a quiet presence, like breath before sound, like the moment between two heartbeats. You don't need to feel anything special to deserve this rest. The fact that you're lying here, aware but unforced, is enough. You are not being good by letting go. You're not earning peace by releasing your grip. It is simply happening, like air filling a room when the door opens. No effort required. There's no need to keep track of how many thoughts have passed through you tonight. Not even the ones that seemed important earlier. They've left behind nothing but their passing, and even that fades like footprints in wet sand. The mind doesn't know where it's going, nor does it matter. It isn't meant to be a map. It's only a place where things happen, like leaves falling from trees into still water, not knowing what lies beneath the surface. You are not being forgotten by time. You're just no longer trying to stay in its memory. The past doesn't demand your loyalty. Neither does tomorrow. And so you remain, not waiting, not watching, not striving, but simply breathing in and out, letting each breath come without design, each pause between them holding nothing but quiet. There is a softness spreading through the edges of awareness, a kind that does not claim to heal or fix anything, but only allows things to be as they are. Not better, not worse, just here. The hands on your chest don't move much anymore. The breath doesn't deepen in any noticeable way, but you feel it, some small shift, some subtle letting go of the last thread that tied you to urgency, to needing to stay aware, to needing to be someone who could handle everything. You are not a container for all that has happened. You're just a presence in this moment, an awareness without name or weight. Not more than any other quiet thing. A shadow at the edge of sleep. A still patch on the floor where light doesn't reach. A pause between two notes in music no one is playing. You are not separate from the dark. You are part of its rhythm, its slow breathing, its deepening silence. You don't need to join it. You're already there. The mind does not have to be useful. It can just rest. There's nothing here you must hold on to tonight. Not even your own thoughts. Not even the feeling that you are lying in bed or that time is moving on. There's no rule saying you have to remember anything. No law requiring you to stay awake or fall asleep. You don't need to be someone who understands this. You just need to let yourself not know. And as the silence grows deeper, not a soundless void, but an alive quiet, like roots deep in earth. There is room for everything and nothing at once. The body doesn't tremble anymore. The breath slows into something almost indistinct. There's no effort to stay aware, no desire to keep thinking. You are not holding anything now, not even the thought of letting go. And that is enough. The way light bleeds into a room at dawn, not by force, but by its own quiet persistence. There's something like that in how the mind lets go, not with a gesture, but because it simply no longer needs to hold on. You don't have to choose to release anything. The thought doesn't need your permission to pass through. It comes like dust stirred from old shelves, drifting up and then settling again without ceremony. No one notices its movement. Nothing changes in the room. Yet something has shifted. The air feels different, not because it's fuller or lighter, but because it no longer resists the passing of what was. You are not responsible for where your attention lands tonight, not even when it returns to that moment from yesterday. How you said too much and then stopped speaking altogether, how silence followed like a weight after words had left. That stillness wasn't failure. It wasn't absence. It was just another kind of presence, a quiet between the lines, not waiting for meaning but simply being there as if it belonged. You don't have to fix that moment now. You don't even need to remember how it felt. It's already gone, like a footprint erased by rain. The mind doesn't keep things in place because they matter. It keeps them because they're familiar, not because they're true. And so you notice. The same thought repeats not because it needs answering, but because it has become a habit of attention. Like water wearing down rock through repetition, not force. But no stone is shaped forever, not even the one that feels like your own heart. There's a difference between remembering and holding on. One is memory, the other is possession. You can remember what was said without needing to carry it inside you as if it were yours to defend. The same way you might recall a name or the shape of a tree seen from far away, not because you want to own them, but because they existed and now are part of what's past. You don't need to know why your breath slows down. It just does. Not in response to anything. No signal, no effort, no decision. It simply becomes longer, quieter, less urgent. Like a river slowing as it spreads across flat ground, not because it has lost direction, but because it's found the space to be still. No one tells you how long this stillness can last. No law requires it to end at any particular hour. The night doesn't measure your rest in minutes or hours. It measures it in degrees of ease. How much effort is left in the body? How many thoughts remain clenched? How far your attention has drifted from the edge of itself? You are not being careless by letting go. You're simply allowing what was never meant to be held. The past isn't a place to return to. It's just something that happened. The way clouds form and dissolve without any need for permanence. There is no reason you must understand your own mind tonight. Not even the desire to know it would be useful. To ask why this thought returns or whether it has meaning. These are ways of keeping hold. But if you let them pass like shadows across a wall, not even pausing to name what they were, then the space between becomes lighter. You don't have to protect yourself from your own thoughts. They aren't enemies. They're just things that happen in the mind, the way wind moves through trees or leaves fall without purpose. The tree doesn't defend against falling. It only grows into being more itself by letting go. There's no need for you to be a witness tonight. You don't have to stay awake and observe every shift in attention. No one is watching from outside. There's no judgment if you slip or drift or forget what you were thinking just moments ago. That forgetting isn't failure. It's not loss. The mind doesn't need to remember everything it has felt, not even the feeling of being tired, not even the way your shoulders held tension all day like a weight that had no name. You don't have to carry those things into the dark. They can stay behind, just as yesterday stayed behind when you closed your eyes. You are not required to make sense of anything tonight, not even this silence, not even the fact that some thoughts come back again and again, like echoes in an empty hall, not because they mean something, but simply because they were loud once. And now, they're just repeating themselves like a memory without context. There's no rule saying you must stay aware, no law requiring you to be present. You are allowed to drift, not toward sleep exactly, but into that quiet space where presence doesn't require effort, where being here means nothing more than breathing and feeling the weight of your body on the bed beneath you. The blanket isn't warm because it's doing anything special. It's just lying there, covering part of you, not fixing or healing, simply resting in its own way. Like a stone in a riverbed, worn smooth by time, neither claiming to be useful nor resisting being touched. And so the mind returns, not with urgency, but as if returning home from nowhere, not seeking anything, not trying to fix what's been broken, just noticing. There are no demands here tonight, no expectations about how you should feel or whether you'll fall asleep or if your thoughts will stop coming. You don't need to be calm to deserve rest. You're not being good because you let go. There's nothing earned in this stillness, no reward for effort, no prize for surrender. The only thing that matters is the way air moves through the room when no one speaks, the way darkness deepens without sound or pressure, the way your body settles into itself like a hand folding quietly at rest. There is not even a need to believe in any of this, not to trust it, not to accept it. You don't have to agree that stillness is enough. You only have to notice what's already happening, how the mind slows without being told, how attention softens without needing to be directed. You are not doing anything wrong by letting your thoughts drift, nor are you failing if they return again and again. They're just passing through, like birds flying over a field in evening light, not stopping, not staying, not claiming ground. And when one thought lingers, just for a moment, the way it feels is not its importance, but the fact that it's already on its way out. You don't have to chase after it or pull it back. It doesn't matter if you forget what it was. The act of forgetting isn't loss, it's release. The body doesn't ask permission to rest. It simply does. Like roots in soil, not reaching for anything but growing deeper into stillness. You are not separate from this quiet. You're just part of the same slow movement, the way shadows lengthen without resistance, or how a breath leaves and returns without needing explanation. There is no need to be someone who can handle everything tonight. No need to prove you're strong enough, capable enough, present enough. You don't have to measure yourself against anything. You are not required to stay awake, nor do you have to fall asleep. You just are. And in that being, without condition or demand, you notice how the edges of awareness soften into something indistinct and kind. Not a place where thoughts come and go, but a space where nothing comes at all. Not even silence needs to be held. It simply is. And so you let it stay. There's a quiet between breaths that doesn't belong to effort or intention, only to being. Just this slow exhale of air and light where even memory has no weight. You don't need to hold on because nothing here is slipping away. The thoughts aren't leaving you behind. They're simply passing through the same stillness you are. And that stillness isn't empty. It's full in its own way, like a room after everyone has gone, not abandoned but gently resting. Dust motes drift in the air without purpose or direction, not needing to be seen. The ceiling doesn't care whether your eyes are open or closed. It holds no judgment about how long you've lain there, what thoughts have circled, or which ones were louder than others. There's a difference between being aware and being caught. Awareness can be light, just the feeling of air on skin, the faint warmth where your shoulder rests against the pillow, the way your fingers curve slightly into the blanket like roots seeking depth without knowing they're searching. You don't have to understand it. There's no need for a name. The hand doesn't ask why it folds this way, only that it does. And so do you now. Not forcing or arranging, not making meaning out of sensation, but letting each part of your body remember its own shape without being told what shape is correct. A thought comes not with force, but like a leaf caught in a slow current, carried forward not by will but by the flow beneath it. It doesn't knock. It drifts in and settles for just long enough to be noticed. You don't need to claim it or reject it, not even to name it. There's no loss when you let go because nothing was ever taken from you. The mind isn't a vault with precious things inside. It's more like an open field at dusk, where every sound passes through without leaving a mark. Wind moves across the grass and is gone before it can be described. You don't need to preserve the echo of what wasn't meant to stay. There's no one who needs to be present for you to deserve rest, not even yourself. The body doesn't wait for permission to sink into sleep. It simply begins as if gravity had been waiting all along. It isn't falling, it's returning. Like water finding its level after being held too long in a cup. There's no struggle, only release, soft and steady. And the mind follows not because you guide it, but because there is nothing else to do, no other place to go. You are not responsible for how many times something comes back. The way the same phrase echoes from earlier conversations, or the image of a door left slightly open in your memory. It doesn't matter that it returns. What matters is how you meet it now, not with alarm, not with resistance, but as if greeting an old acquaintance who walks by without stopping to speak. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't even need to acknowledge them. Just let the moment pass like a train through a tunnel. No pause, no signal, only motion. The mind doesn't lose anything by letting go of what it cannot carry. It only frees itself from trying. There's a kind of knowing that isn't made of words or images. That comes not from thinking, but from simply being present in the way your body has settled into the bed. Not as if you're doing something right, but as if you've stopped needing to do anything at all. The breath moves without instruction. The dark remains without trying to be deeper. You don't have to make it meaningful. It's already enough just to lie here, no more than a shape in shadow, not claiming space or significance. It isn't that the thoughts are gone. They're still there, like dust floating in a shaft of light. But they aren't yours to fix. They don't belong to you as if they were things you could own. You never owned them. You only ever held them for a little while, and now they're letting go on their own. Not because you told them to, but simply because that's what happens when nothing demands to stay. There's not even a need to believe in stillness. It doesn't require your faith or your attention. The room is quiet whether you notice it or not. The air moves without needing to be felt. And if you drift into something deeper than thought, if the edges blur, If the sense of being someone dissolves, then that's just another way the body remembers how to rest. Not by efforting towards sleep, but by surrendering to what is already happening beneath all movement. You don't have to be anything to belong here. Not strong, not quiet, not awake or asleep. You don't even need to be aware of being present, only that you are. Like a stone in the riverbed, not resisting the current, but simply shaped by it over time. The water doesn't care if you're thinking about yesterday's meeting or whether your jacket is still hanging on the hook in the hall. It just flows. And so do you now, not moving toward anything, only allowing what is already here to unfold. There's no destination at the end of this kind of attention. No arrival point where everything finally settles into clarity. There's only the softness between moments, the space not filled with purpose or meaning but simply held open by absence. Not emptiness, not lack, but a quiet that doesn't demand anything from you. You don't have to be calm to live in it. You don't even need to know how you got here. The mind isn't meant to stop thinking. It's meant to let thoughts go without clinging. Like waves on the shore, not needing to stay or return. The sand doesn't remember every wave that touched it. It only holds what remains after they've passed. And so does your awareness now. Not storing, not preserving, but receiving each moment as it comes and releasing it just as easily. You are not a fixed thing holding on. You're not the thought about whether you said enough in the conversation or if you should have called earlier today. None of that is what defines you. The self isn't built from those fragments. It's something quieter, older, deeper than memory. It's the stillness beneath all motion. The part of you that doesn't need to explain why it feels this way. That doesn't need a reason to be here. You don't have to earn rest. You're not being punished for staying awake. There's no failure in letting your thoughts wander like smoke rising from a fire long since cooled. They aren't betraying you. They're just passing through as they always do. And the only thing that matters is how gently you let them go. Not with force or judgment, but simply by not holding on. The body remembers its own rhythm when it's left to itself. The breath settles into a slow rise and fall without being told what to do. Your hands lie still because they don't have anything to prove. You're not trying to be someone who can handle the weight of the day. You're just lying here, breathing, feeling, existing in the way things exist when no one is watching or waiting. And that's enough. Not perfect, not complete, but enough just as you are. Without needing to become anything else, without having to answer for what was said or left unsaid. There's nothing to fix, nothing to make right, just this, The soft weight of your limbs, the slow rhythm of air moving through your lungs, and the dark not asking for anything in return. You don't have to believe it's okay to be still. You only need to notice that you are, just as you are, without needing to change or explain yourself. The mind doesn't need a reason to quiet down. It just needs permission, not from anyone else, but from itself, to stop doing so much. And here, in this space between thoughts where nothing is demanded, you begin to understand. The most important thing isn't what happens in your head, but how you meet it when it does. Not with resistance or hope, not with fear of missing something, but simply by letting go again and again without needing a reason. There's a quiet in the room that doesn't come from absence, but from presence, something not being named, not needing to be claimed. You lie within it like a stone at the bottom of a slow river, where water flows over and around without stirring the weight beneath. No sound pulls you up. No memory tugs at your edges. There is only this, the way stillness settles into the hollows behind your ribs, not as an achievement, but as something simply allowed. You don't have to be aware of it for it to be true. The mind doesn't need to remember what's already past, only to stop trying to hold on. That meeting you've replayed a dozen times in the dark isn't still happening because you're thinking about it. It's over. And so are all the thoughts that followed, the ones that said you should have spoken sooner or louder or differently. They aren't yours anymore. They were only borrowed for a moment, like someone else's coat left too long on a hook. And now they're gone. The jacket hangs in the hall exactly as it did when you left it, unchanged by time, unmarked by your need to return. It doesn't care whether you remember it or not. The wood of the wall feels cool where your fingers brushed against it earlier. You don't have to recall that moment to know it happened. It's already been released. There's a kind of freedom in knowing things are no longer yours to manage, whether they're words left unspoken, decisions made too quickly, or plans deferred into some other day. They were never meant to be carried through the night. The mind doesn't need them to stay awake. It only needs to stop believing that their absence means something has been lost. You are not a vessel for every feeling you've ever had. You're not the sum of what went wrong or what could have gone better. You are not even the person who thought those things, only someone who noticed them and then let go. And so it goes. Each sensation, each flicker in your awareness passes through like light across a window pane. It doesn't leave behind a trace unless you insist on keeping it. There's no need to collect moments just because they happened. The day isn't defined by the ones that bothered you. It's made up of everything that didn't. Even now, as the air grows heavier with quiet, even now your body remembers what the mind forgets: how to rest without permission, not waiting for peace before relaxing, but letting relaxation come unasked. Your shoulders drop not because they've been told to, but because there's no reason left to keep them lifted. You aren't responsible for every thought that arises. You don't have to defend against the ones that feel sharp or unfinished. The mind doesn't need to be perfect. It only needs to stop trying so hard to be anything at all. There's a kind of stillness in knowing you can let go without losing yourself. Not because you're strong, but because there was never much to hold on to in the first place. You aren't made of what you worry about. You're made of what remains when the worries are gone. And that is enough. The floor beneath your feet feels distant now, not because it's far away, but because distance has stopped mattering. There's no need to measure how close or far anything is. You don't have to reach toward comfort or pull yourself back from discomfort. The body doesn't move forward unless something pulls it. It settles when nothing asks for motion. The darkness around you isn't empty. It holds everything that isn't being named, not because it's hiding, but because it doesn't need to be seen. You don't have to explain the silence. You don't even have to name your breath. It moves on its own, slow and steady, like a river carving through stone without ever needing to declare why. You are not what you think about yourself, not the version that feels too late or too quiet or not enough. That person doesn't exist in any fixed way, only as a shape the mind creates when it's awake and restless. But now, in this space between thoughts, there is no shaping, no constructing of identity from memory or expectation. You are simply here, as you've always been, without having to earn your right to be. There was never a moment when you weren't allowed to rest, not one that slipped through the cracks. The night isn't punishing you for staying awake. It's not waiting for you to fix anything before letting go. There's no checklist, no final score, no need to prove yourself worthy of peace. Just this: your hands resting on your chest, your breath moving in and out without effort, your mind quieting not because it's been told to stop, but because there is nothing left to hold on to. The idea that you must be someone particular, someone who understands or remembers or arrives at clarity, is only a habit of thinking, not truth, not reality. Only the echo of a voice asking for more than what exists right now. But here, in this unremarkable stretch between awareness and sleep, There is no demand, no need to perform, no reason to be anything other than what you are, breathing, feeling, letting go. And so it happens. Each thought that comes doesn't land with weight. It floats by like a leaf on water, not needing to stay, not needing to return. You don't have to follow it. You don't even need to notice it fully. Just let it pass through the way air passes through an open door. There's no loss in letting go of what you thought mattered so much. Not really. The world keeps turning without your permission. Your thoughts do too, without needing your approval. And so does your body. Without being told, it settles deeper into the bed. It doesn't reach for comfort. It simply accepts that this is where it belongs. No reason needed. No explanation required. You are not a thing to be defended, not even against yourself. The thoughts you've held on to, whether they were about what was said or left unsaid, whether they carried guilt or regret, are not yours in the way you once believed. They never belonged to you. They only passed through. Like mist over fields at dawn, they rise and dissolve without leaving a mark. There's no failure in forgetting, no shame in letting something go before it has been answered. The mind doesn't have to resolve every question. Only allow each one its brief moment in the light before stepping back into shadow. And you're already doing that. Not because you've figured it out, but because you don't need to figure anything anymore. The weight of yesterday isn't gone, it's just no longer yours. It was only ever a thought about what happened, and thoughts aren't real things. They're not solid, they can't be held forever. So let them go, not with force, not with resistance, but simply by not holding on. And when the next one comes, whether it's about something you forgot, or someone who didn't reply, or a decision that still feels uncertain, you'll notice it, and then you'll let it pass. Not because you're strong, but because there's no reason to keep it. The dark doesn't care if your mind is busy. It only offers space, no conditions, no expectations. And in that space, you don't have to be anything at all. You are not required to answer for the past. You are not being judged for staying awake. No one is waiting on you to finish thinking before allowing you to rest. There's just this: your breath moving softly beneath your ribs, your body sinking into the bed like soil accepting rain, and your mind letting go of what it thought it needed to carry. It isn't a victory. It isn't even effort. Just stillness, quietly returning after all that motion. And so you lie here, not trying to become calm, not fighting to stop thinking, but simply allowing each moment to pass without claiming it. There's no need to know how long this will last. No need to wonder if it will end. You don't have to be anything but what is already happening right now, in the way your body rests, in the way air moves through you, in the way silence holds you like an old friend who never speaks. You are not a thing that must hold itself together. You're just a presence, not defined by memory, not shaped by regret, not built on what you've said or failed to say. There's a stillness in the way your shoulders settle, not because you've decided to relax, but because they no longer need to hold themselves up against anything. The air doesn't press down, it just is, cool and quiet across your skin like something that has always been here, never arriving or leaving. You don't have to think about it. It's already in motion around you, a slow current through the room that doesn't care whether you're awake or not. And so it is with your thoughts. They come not as demands, but as visitors who have overstayed their welcome only because you offered them a seat. They weren't invited in by force, and they don't need to be asked to leave. You notice how easily one drifts past now, a shape in the dark that doesn't stay long enough to feel like it belongs. It wasn't yours to begin with. You were just holding on until you realized there was no reason to. You are not a container for yesterday's words, nor a ledger where every misstep is recorded and weighted. You are a space, open at the edges, soft in the center, where things pass through without having to be named or justified. The mind doesn't need to be fixed. It only needs to stop trying to fix itself. There's no such thing as too much thought. Not really. There is only too much holding. And so when a memory surfaces, the tone of someone's voice, the way their silence felt heavier than words, you don't reach for it. You don't pull it closer to examine it. Instead, you let it hang in the air between breaths, like steam from tea left on a table overnight. It rises, faint and thin, and then fades without any effort from you. It's not that you've forgotten what happened. It's just that forgetting is no longer an act of loss. It's simply how things go when they're allowed to move on. You don't have to decide whether it matters or not. Only allow it to pass through like a shadow across the floor, leaving no impression behind. There's something quiet in knowing you can let go without losing anything. The past doesn't vanish because you stop thinking about it. It simply stops being your burden. You're not erasing what was said or unsaid, only refusing to carry it into the dark as if it were a stone tied around your ankle. The body remembers more than the mind ever will, but even that memory isn't held in place by effort. Your hands still know how they felt when you reached for something and missed. Your chest still holds the shape of breaths taken too quickly, too late. Yet none of it asks to be explained now. It just exists, like a faint echo after music has stopped playing. You don't have to understand why you feel this way. You don't even need to know what you're feeling. The heart doesn't require logic. The mind doesn't need closure. All that's asked is for you to remain open, not wide, not desperate, but simply present enough to notice that the moment isn't asking anything of you. There's no performance in lying here, no obligation to be peaceful or grateful or worthy of rest. You don't have to earn stillness by having thought all your thoughts through. The quiet doesn't require permission. It just is, like air, like dark, like the way a leaf falls without needing to prove it's falling. And so you let each sensation unfold not as evidence of something, but simply as itself. The warmth beneath your collarbone, the slight pressure where one foot rests on the other, the faint hum in your ears that isn't noise and isn't silence either, just presence, unclaimed. The thoughts don't disappear because you've decided they should. They fade because they've been noticed and then released. Not rejected, not dismissed, just let go like a thread pulled from a loose seam. No tug, no pull, just release. You are not responsible for what passes through your mind. You're only responsible for whether you hold on to it or not. And that choice is so small now, so quiet, that it hardly feels like a choice at all. There's a difference between thinking and being thought upon. You aren't the one doing the thinking anymore. You're just the place where thoughts come through like rain passing over glass. They leave no trace, not even a ripple, just wetness that dries on its own. You don't have to be strong to let go. You only need to stop believing you must carry what's already slipping away. The night doesn't ask for your attention. It doesn't want you to fix anything or make sense of the chaos. It simply allows space, enough room not just for sleep, but for forgetting, for letting things be without needing them to mean something. And so when another thought comes, the one about what could have been said differently or who might still be thinking about you, you don't engage it. You don't argue with it. You simply observe how it forms in the dark like mist rising from a riverbed at dawn, not solid enough to touch, too light to weigh down your chest. It passes through. It doesn't stay. And that's all there is to say about it. You are not a mind that must be kept running. You're not a body that must be controlled or calmed. You're just something that exists, not in spite of confusion, but because of its absence. There's no need for answers tonight. No need to close the book on any conversation, unresolved or otherwise. The story doesn't require an ending. It only needs this: your breath moving softly beneath your ribs, your spine aligning with gravity as if it were always meant to rest here, and your awareness lingering not in search of meaning but simply in recognition of what is. No need to decide whether you're tired or awake, whether the thoughts have left or just retreated into silence. You can be both at once, present enough to feel, distant enough to let go. There's a quiet kind of knowing that comes from stopping, the realization that you don't have to know everything in order to be whole. That wholeness isn't built on answers, but on allowing gaps between thoughts, spaces where nothing happens and still everything is okay. You are not required to be anything beyond this moment, this soft expansion into the dark, this slow surrender of effort, this letting of things go without even naming them first. The mind doesn't have to stay quiet. It just has to stop trying to fix itself. And that's already happening, not because you figured it out, but because there's nothing left to figure. You're not far from sleep, though the line isn't sharp or clear anymore. There's only this: a soft thickening of stillness, like fog rising slowly over fields at midnight. Not rushing, not forcing, just coming. And as you lie here, your body sinking deeper into the mattress than it ever has before, not resisting, not reaching, you feel something shift inside. Not an event, no signal or sign, only a loosening in the shoulders, a release in the jaw, a quiet settling of attention that doesn't need to be guided. It's not about becoming less aware. It's about awareness no longer needing to do anything. The mind isn't empty, it's just open. Open enough for thoughts to pass through without being caught. Open enough for silence to grow heavier than sound. And so you rest, not because the day is finished, nor because the questions have been answered, but simply because nothing demands that you keep thinking anymore. You are not a thing to be held together. You're just something that happens, like wind across water, like stars appearing in a sky too vast to name. There's no need to know where you came from or what comes next. No urgency in being anywhere at all. Just this: your breath moving slowly beneath your ribs, the dark softening around your edges, and each thought passing through not as an arrival but as a departure, like footprints dissolving into sand, like words fading when spoken too softly to be heard. You don't have to know what's happening. You only need to let it happen. And so you do. You notice how the air in the room feels different now. Not colder, not warmer, but heavier in a way that doesn't press on you, only holds you. It's like being underwater without needing to breathe, where movement isn't effort but simply what happens when something begins to settle. The thoughts still come, but they don't land. They drift past your awareness the way dust motes move through sunlight after the window has been closed for hours. Slow, unhurried, no longer demanding attention. You do not name them. You do not follow their path. You are not responsible for what passes through. There's a quiet truth in this letting go that doesn't shout or promise anything, only exists. It is not about forgetting the day, nor about erasing its weight. The heaviness remains, yes, but now it floats, not inside you, but around you like smoke from a fire long since gone out. You don't need to carry it because it's no longer yours to hold. What was once a burden, unfinished words, delayed replies, the image of someone else's face in your mind, has shifted into something neutral, not light, not dark, just present. And that is enough. You are not required to understand why you feel this way, or even if you do feel anything at all. There's no need for a sensation to be named before it can dissolve. The absence of feeling is not emptiness. It is space. It is the kind of quiet where silence doesn't demand explanation, and stillness isn't lonely. The night deepens without warning or ceremony, not with sound, not with light, only in how your body responds to its own gravity. You don't have to lean into it. You simply allow yourself to be leaned on by it, as if the bed were a place that had always been waiting for this exact moment, when no effort was needed, when nothing remained to be done. Your hands rest where they are, not because they're tired, but because they've stopped needing to do anything. And so you lie still, just breathing, just being, with the mind not closing down nor opening up, but resting in the middle of both states, aware enough to feel its own motion, unburdened enough to let go of direction. No need for progress, no need for arrival. The thought that this might be sleep is not a goal. It's only one more thing passing through, like all the others. There is no self here to protect or preserve, only a quiet unfolding in which you are less a person and more an event. The slow turning of something ancient, already happening long before your awareness began. The stars above are indifferent. The earth below does not ask for permission. You don't need to be anything other than what is present right now. The warmth beneath your skin, the softness under your head, the way your breath moves in and out without needing a reason. The past wasn't lost, it was just released. Not forgotten, but no longer clung to. The things you worried about, what might have been said, what could have gone differently, have already moved on. They didn't stay because they weren't meant to. That's not failure, it's simply how time works. Nothing stays. You don't need to hold onto anything that doesn't want to be held. And so you let go, not with a gesture or a decision, but in the way water finds its own level when left undisturbed. There is no will behind this release, only the absence of resistance. The mind does not stop thinking because it has been told to. It stops because there's nothing more to grasp, no edge to hold on to, no thought that must be answered. You are not a structure built on certainty. You're not even a process trying to make sense of itself. You're just happening. A quiet expansion into the dark, like breath rising from an open mouth in cold air, visible only for a moment before it vanishes. Not gone, but returned to what it came from. There's no need to feel safe, no need to be sure. The mind doesn't have to be right or even consistent. It can be confused and still be okay. It can wander without needing to find its way back. You don't have to protect yourself from the silence because silence isn't an enemy. It's just what remains when nothing else is needed. The night doesn't ask for anything except your presence. Not your attention, not your effort, not your interpretation. Just being here, exactly as you are, is enough. And that's all it ever required. There's no story to finish, no conclusion to reach. The mind doesn't have to earn rest by proving its worth through clarity or completion. It earns it simply by stopping, not because something is resolved, but because the effort of resolving has finally come to an end. You are not behind. You are not ahead. There's no timeline here, only the soft rhythm of breath beneath your ribs, like a pulse that doesn't need to be measured or tracked. The body knows what it needs without being told. It sinks deeper into the mattress not because you're tired, but because there's nowhere else for it to go. Even the memory of effort fades, not erased but softened like ink on old paper left in moonlight. No longer sharp, no longer pressing, just a trace, a shadow, not worth holding on to. And so you lie still, quiet, open, with nothing to do and nowhere to be. The mind doesn't need to fix itself because it isn't broken. It's just tired of trying. And that fatigue is not weakness. It's the body remembering how to rest without permission. You don't have to be anything more than this. A soft breath in the dark, a stillness between thoughts, a warmth beneath your skin where no one else can see but you know it's there. That knowing doesn't need proof. It just is. There is nothing here that must be held. No idea, no image, no expectation, not even the sense of you. You don't have to stay whole, because wholeness isn't something to maintain. It's what happens when you stop trying to hold anything together. The thoughts come not as demands, but as visitors passing through a room that has already been cleaned and left open. They enter without knocking. They linger only long enough to be noticed, and then they go. Not because you told them to leave, but because the space no longer needs their weight. You are not responsible for what appears in your mind. You're simply aware of it, not as a problem, not as a signal, but as part of the quiet flow of things happening without needing to mean anything at all. And so you let it be. This drifting, this soft letting go, this way of being that doesn't require any reason or explanation. The dark isn't threatening because there's nothing in it worth fearing. No need for light, no need for sound, just the quiet presence of what is. Your body sinking into stillness, your breath moving without effort, your awareness settling like dust after a storm. You don't have to carry anything forward. Not today, not tomorrow. There's no debt owed to time, no account to balance. You can simply be without doing anything for it to be true. And the mind, it doesn't need answers because it has stopped asking questions. The silence isn't empty. It's full of something that doesn't name itself, but is felt anyway. The quiet assurance that you don't have to know everything in order to exist. That existence isn't earned through performance or clarity, but granted simply by being. The night holds you not with force, not with promises, but with the kind of patience that doesn't expect anything back. It waits without urgency. It watches without judgment. And it lets go, just like you are learning how to do. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to be calm. You only need to let what is happen, not as an event, not as a transformation, but simply as something that already has. And so you rest. Not because sleep arrives, but because nothing demands your attention anymore. The dark thickens softly, gently, like wool drawn over the edge of the world. Your breath slows without effort. The mind doesn't resist it. It just lets go. Not all at once, not in a single moment, but bit by bit, like water slipping through fingers that aren't trying to hold it. You are not one thing. You are not even many things. You are what happens when the need to be anything stops being necessary. The edges of your awareness begin to soften not into nothing, but into something that doesn't name itself. Just is, like the slow seep of shadow across a floor after dusk has fully settled. There's no need to map it, no demand to understand how it happens. It just does. You are here, and this quiet is not earned. It simply arrives as if the night had been waiting all along for you to stop pushing against its depth. The thoughts that came earlier, the ones about what was left unsaid, the things that slipped through fingers when no one was looking, they don't vanish. They only change shape, not erased but transformed into something quieter than memory, a feeling in the shoulder, a weight behind the eyes, a breath held just beneath the surface of stillness. And you notice it, not with alarm, not with urgency, but as if seeing the faintest ripple on water that has long since calmed. You don't have to pull them back in or let them go. They are already passing through. You are not their keeper, not even their witness. Just someone who happens to be lying here while they move, like clouds drifting across a sky no one sees anymore, moving without needing to arrive anywhere at all. There is a kind of rest that doesn't come from doing nothing, but from realizing there was never anything to do in the first place. The body knows this before the mind ever catches up. It has been waiting, not for permission, not for clarity, but just for you to stop trying to be someone who should be doing something. The blanket is warm where it touches your chest, not because of heat, but because it's been there long enough that it feels like a second skin, part of the way your body remembers how to stay. You don't have to do anything about it. It doesn't ask for gratitude or effort. It just is, like breath, like darkness. You are beginning to realize something subtle. The mind isn't trying to stop thinking. It's only tired of believing every thought must be answered, weighed, defended. That belief was never true. The idea that you have to keep up with your own thoughts, that you're responsible for what arises, was always a habit, not a law. And now, in this space between one breath and the next, it begins to loosen. Not through effort, but because nothing demands it be held tight anymore. The night doesn't need a story. The dark isn't waiting for meaning to appear before it can be safe. It simply is, full of silence that doesn't demand to be filled. There's no pressure to understand why things feel heavy or why certain memories linger like dust in corners where light rarely falls. You don't have to explain any of this to yourself, not even the parts you're not sure about. The mind isn't broken because it can't let go. It only wants relief from a habit it has repeated for years. Clinging, analyzing, rehearsing. But here, now, in this deepening quiet, that habit begins to lose its grip. Not violently, not dramatically, but quietly, like water leaking through cracks too small to see. You are learning what it means to be present without needing to do anything with the presence. To lie still and let thoughts drift by as if they were leaves on a stream you're no longer trying to control. And this is not progress. It's not even change. It's simply release, the kind that doesn't come from willpower, but from realizing there was never any need to hold so tightly in the first place. There's an old feeling inside you, like being trapped between two rooms, one where everything must be explained and another where nothing matters at all. But tonight, you are neither in one nor the other. You're just here, lying on your back with hands resting lightly over your chest, and for once, that is enough. The air moves slowly through the room, not rushed, not impatient, just passing through as it has always done, unseen but present. It doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It only knows how to move from one place to another without needing a reason. You are beginning to understand. This stillness isn't empty because nothing is there. It's full of what never asked for your attention, just being itself. A presence that does not demand to be named, only acknowledged with quiet recognition. The mind no longer feels the need to gather or sort. No more inventorying failures, successes, apologies left unspoken, words misunderstood. The list doesn't shrink, it simply stops mattering. Not because it's forgotten, but because you've stopped believing that any of it needs your protection. You are not responsible for whether things happen as they should. You're only responsible for noticing how they feel when they do. And what they feel like now is just happening. No more than that. The room grows darker, not in intensity, but in depth. Not because the light has gone out, but because you've stopped measuring it. There's no need to know if there's still a sliver of gray near the window. You don't have to see the wall or remember how many paintings were once hung there. You're not trying to be aware of anything specific anymore. Awareness isn't an effort. It's just what remains when you stop fighting with your own experience. You are not becoming quiet. You already are quiet, just as a river is already flowing, even if no one listens. And so the thoughts come, not like demands, not like burdens, but like shapes in fog, passing through, leaving behind only their trace and then nothing. Not lost, just gone. There's a kind of peace that doesn't arrive when everything is resolved. It arrives when you stop believing it must be. The body sinks deeper into the mattress with no need to signal that it's ready. The breath slows without effort. You don't have to think about resting, because you are already resting in every way that matters. You aren't trying to fall asleep, because sleep isn't something to pursue or earn. It is not a reward for good behavior. It is simply the body remembering its natural rhythm when no one's watching. And so it happens, not with fanfare, not with urgency, but quietly, like rain on a roof that doesn't know it's falling. The mind doesn't need to stay sharp. It can be dull. It can be slow. It can forget. That isn't failure, it's release. You are allowed to drift because you don't have to carry anything forward into the morning. Not even your own name. There is no obligation to remember what today was like, or how it felt when you were awake with worry in your chest. None of that matters now. What matters is this: the soft weight of your limbs, the warmth beneath your skin, the slow expansion and collapse of breath as if the air itself has learned how to rest. You are not a thought, not even one thought that wants to be true. You're what remains when no thought can claim you. And so you stay, not trying to become anything more than this: a quiet presence in the dark, a stillness between moments, a body breathing without needing reason or explanation. The night doesn't ask for your attention. It only offers its depth, without demand, without expectation. You don't have to be awake to feel it. You don't even need to know you're feeling it. Just being here, just letting what is happen. No one needs to show up, no performance required, no proof needed that this moment exists. It already does. And in this silence, not even the idea of you feels necessary. Just a soft awareness, like the air moving through your lungs, like the dark pressing gently against your eyelids, like time slowing its pace just long enough to let you be. There is nothing here that must be held. Not now, not ever. You are not responsible for keeping anything together. You don't have to stay whole. You only need to rest. And so you do. Not because it's time, but because the body remembers how to let go without a reason. The mind doesn't resist, it just lets go. Like water through fingers that no longer try to hold on.
Let
There is no need to wonder if the light has gone out in the hall, or whether someone left a window open somewhere beyond this room. You don't have to know what's still moving through the house after dark, whether it's wind against glass, or the slow settling of wood beneath a roof that doesn't remember its own shape. There is no reason to trace where sound begins and ends in silence. The air holds still not because you've asked it to, but because nothing here requires explanation anymore. You are not gathering evidence for your presence. There's no need to prove you're awake or asleep, real or fading. You simply are. Not as a position, nor as an achievement. Just this quiet expansion of being in the dark, where thoughts don't arrive with weight but with texture. The way dust settles on shelves after years of not being touched. The faintest touch of memory without name. The shape of your body is not something you're managing anymore. You are not holding it together or adjusting its posture like a fragile thing that might collapse if unattended. It has already surrendered to gravity, sunk into the mattress as if returning to a place it once knew, before thought arrived and claimed it for purpose. The blanket lies over you without resistance. There is no effort in covering yourself, no calculation about warmth or exposure. You are simply covered, not because you decided to be, but because that's what happens when nothing fights back. There's no need to notice how long this has been going on, the length of stillness, the stretch of time not measured by clocks or breaths. Time doesn't hurry here. It doesn't care if you're aware of it or not. You don't have to keep track of hours passing because they are already passing, unseen, unclaimed. The night is doing its work without your help. It's moving through the walls like a slow tide, carrying with it the quiet certainty that nothing needs to be done, no task completed, no outcome achieved. You're not trying to let go. You never were. You've simply stopped believing you have anything to hold on to in the first place. The idea of holding on to something isn't even an impulse anymore. It's more like a ghost of a gesture from another night when you still thought resistance was strength. But now there is no one left to resist. No self that needs defending, no narrative that must be preserved. There is only this, the soft friction of fabric against your skin as air shifts just slightly in the room, and the way your breath moves not with intention but with a quiet inevitability, like water finding its lowest path through stone. A thought comes not shaped like worry or urgency, but like a leaf drifting across still water. It floats without direction, without meaning, without demand. You don't need to name it or examine it. You don't even have to know what it is. It simply appears briefly, and then dissolves into the dark, not lost but released, as if it was never meant to stay. There's no weight in that kind of passing because there was no claim on it from the start. There's something gentle about forgetting, not a failure of memory but an act of release. You don't need to recall what you said yesterday or how someone looked when they spoke your name. It doesn't matter if you remember the color of their coat or whether the coffee was bitter. None of it matters now. What matters is this, that you are not trying to hold anything, not even the idea of yourself. You're not a fixed point in time, nor a stable form with boundaries. You are more like a current, something shifting and continuous without end or beginning. The self isn't something you carry. It's what happens when attention stops fighting its own motion. It's not built. It's revealed only when you stop building it. There is no need to be someone at this moment. No role required. No performance of thought, emotion, memory. You don't have to be wise or calm or still, though you are all those things by default because you're not doing anything to earn them. Stillness isn't something you achieve. It's what remains when nothing else is needed. The mind doesn't race anymore. It just rests in the space between thoughts like a riverbed after flood waters have passed. There's no need for action or insight. You don't have to understand why things are as they are, or whether tomorrow will be different. The future isn't waiting with demands. It hasn't shown up yet, and it doesn't matter if you never see it clearly. You're not responsible for what happens next, not even the next breath. That's allowed, just like a tree that grows without deciding to grow, like roots spreading through soil unaware of their purpose. You don't have to choose how to be, you already are. The body knows its own rhythm. The air moves through your lungs with no need for permission. There is nothing here you must hold on to. Even the idea of not holding on isn't necessary anymore. It's just another thought that passed by, like a shadow across the floor at dusk, leaving behind only silence in its wake. You don't have to remember what it felt like to be awake with tension. You don't even need to recall when you first noticed how tightly your shoulders were clenched. That doesn't matter now. The past isn't something that must be carried forward, only the present moment, and even that is not a burden. The dark isn't empty, it's full of stillness. Not in a way that fills with meaning or expectation, but in the way a room holds memory without needing to speak it aloud. You don't have to listen for signs. No sign needs to be given. There is no signal required for rest to begin or end. You're not falling asleep because you've decided to. Sleep isn't something that comes from effort or discipline. It's simply the body remembering its own nature when nothing demands otherwise. And so it happens, quietly, without fanfare, as if the night had always known how to do this, as if the air itself has been waiting for you to stop resisting. There is no need to be aware of your breathing. You don't have to count or guide it. It's already doing what it does best, moving in and out with ease, like a tide returning without needing to be reminded. The rhythm isn't something you're keeping, it's just being kept for you. A breath comes, longer than the last, and then another that seems even slower, as if time has slowed so the moment can stretch itself into stillness. There is no need to fix it or deepen it. It doesn't matter how deep it gets. What matters is that it continues, not because you want it to, but because it does. You are not trying to become anything. Not calm, not peaceful, not free. You're already all of those things, just as the sky is blue without needing to declare its color each morning. There's no need to worry about what will happen when your eyes open. There's no fear that you'll wake up with a different self, or that something will be missing from this moment. The day isn't waiting with demands. You don't have to prepare for it. It can arrive unannounced and still feel like home. There is nothing here you must hold. No thought, no memory, no identity, not even the idea of you. Not because you've lost them all, but because they were never yours to begin with. They only seemed real when you believed in their permanence. But now there's only this, a soft awareness that isn't trying to be anything. A presence without name or form. The quiet hum beneath sensation. The way silence feels heavier than sound, not because it's loud, but because it holds nothing back. You don't have to know what you are, only that you're here. Not as a conclusion nor as an answer, just present. Like the dark pressing gently against your eyelids, not pushing, not demanding, but simply being there, holding space for whatever comes next. And so you stay, not because it's easy, but because nothing else is required. There is no task to complete, no goal to reach, no outcome to achieve. Only this, a body resting in the dark, breath moving through stillness, mind not needing to think, because thinking isn't what matters anymore. There is no shape to what you are holding, only the weight of believing it must be held. The thought that drifted in earlier, about a sentence left unspoken, about a name not called, about a door closed too soon, is not gone. It has simply settled into the space behind your ribs like dust beneath a floorboard where no light reaches. You don't need to sweep it up. No one ever will. And that is what makes it possible for it to stay without pulling at you. The air in this room moves differently now. Less as if it's carrying something, more as if it's remembering how not to carry anything at all. It passes through the space where your thoughts once clustered like birds around a wire, and instead settles into corners that have long forgotten what light used to mean. There is no need for clarity in this stillness, no demand for meaning. The silence isn't waiting for you to fill it with insight or release. It has been here longer than any of the things you worry about. You are not responsible for whether a memory fades or stays. You don't have to decide what part of yesterday should remain, nor which parts might be useful tomorrow. There is no ledger in this dark where every regret and hope gets balanced out. The night doesn't keep score. It simply lets things rest, like pebbles left on the shore after a tide has passed, smooth now from being moved so long. And you are not required to remember anything about yourself except that you are here, breathing in time with something older than words. Not even your name is needed tonight. The sound of it doesn't matter when no one else hears it. No voice needs to call you by it for you to exist. You don't need to be recognized to be real. The way the blanket lies across your legs, its weight, its warmth, is enough proof. It knows what you are without being told. The mind keeps trying to return to things that no longer belong in this moment as if they were still urgent. But urgency is a rhythm set by tension, not truth. You can feel it, the tightening at the base of your skull when an old concern reappears like a shadow stretching across a wall. But you don't have to follow it into light. There's no need to go back and look again. The thing that caused the knot in your throat was already moving through you, as all things do, long before you noticed it. And now it is gone, not because you fixed it or let it go, but because it has simply passed on. Like a letter left too late for delivery, like a whisper meant only to be heard once and then forgotten. It wasn't meant to stay. It was never yours to keep. You were only the vessel through which it traveled. There is no moment in this night where you have to prove your worth by being awake. No test of attention, no performance required. The dark doesn't ask for devotion or effort. It simply holds you without demanding anything in return. Like a room that has known every kind of silence and still lets each one be its own. You don't need to protect what's inside you from leaking out. There is nothing valuable enough to lose by letting go. Not the fear, not the doubt, not even the sense of being behind. Those aren't failures. They're just signs that something once needed your attention, but now it doesn't, and so it can fade. The breath comes again, longer than before, as if drawn from a deeper place in the body. It does not need to be guided. It finds its way without instruction. You don't have to ask it where it's going. It is already there. In that quiet space between one cycle and the next, the pause that isn't empty but full of potential, there is no difference between being awake and letting go. You are not trying to become something else. Not peaceful, not aware, not free. You're simply allowing yourself to be exactly as you are. A presence without intention, a feeling without cause. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing needs fixing. The only thing missing was the belief that something had to be fixed. The weight of the blanket isn't pressing down, it's cradling. It holds your body not because it must, but because it can, because it knows how. Like a hand that doesn't speak, just rests on your shoulder without needing to say anything. That is enough. The warmth under your skin is not borrowed from anyone else. It was always already there. And you are not separate from any of this. You are the dark pressing against closed eyes, the breath moving through stillness, the silence that remembers how to listen even when no sound comes. There's nothing to be found here, only what has always been present, a quiet awareness that doesn't seek recognition or reward. There is no reason for you to wake up tomorrow with a new version of yourself. You don't need to become anything different. The person who sleeps now is already whole, just as the sky is blue without needing to announce it, just as the river flows without asking permission. Even your thoughts are not yours in the way you think they are. They come and go like clouds across a field of still water, disturbing only when you mistake their shape for permanence. But now there's no need to name them. No need to hold onto any one image, any one idea. You don't have to claim them or defend them. Let them pass through as they will. The night isn't holding its breath. It is breathing with you. The air in the room is not waiting for something to happen. It's already happened. In every slow exhalation, in every moment between heartbeats, there is a kind of completion that doesn't require words or understanding. You don't have to understand why your shoulders relaxed just now, or how it felt when you stopped trying to stay awake. It doesn't matter if the shift was sudden or gradual. What matters is that it happened. That something released without being forced. Not because you wanted it, but because it no longer had anything to carry. There's nothing left to do but be here, without wanting more than this, without needing tomorrow to fix what isn't broken. The world will continue turning whether you remember its shape or not, and so can you. The dark is not a wall. It is an embrace, not cold, not empty, but full of space that doesn't ask for anything in return. There's no need to be afraid of the unknown because it has already known you. You don't have to know where you're going, only that you are moving through stillness. And so you stay, not by force, not by effort, but simply because there is nowhere else to go. The mind does not need to think itself into rest. It only needs to stop thinking it must. That is the quietest kind of surrender, when nothing is lost and nothing remains except what was always true. There is no door you must walk through. no light you must reach for. Only this, a breath that comes without being asked, and a body that rests as if remembering how to live in its own skin. You are not the thoughts that pass through. You are not the worry or the memory or the weight of yesterday's decisions. You are not even the awareness itself. Only what remains when all those things have passed on like leaves swept down a quiet street at dusk. There is no need to hold on to anything. Not your name, not your past, not even the idea that you exist in any fixed way. What exists isn't something to be held. It's simply being here and letting go and letting be. You are already where you are meant to be. Not because you arrived, but because nothing else was ever required. The night doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only knows how to hold. And so do you. Just by breathing. Just by staying. Just by not trying to become anything other than what is already happening. The weight of a memory settling like dust on glass, soft, slow, not heavy at all when you stop trying to see through it. You don't have to know what it was for it to be true that it has already passed. The air still holds its shape around you, as if the room were breathing in time with your own quiet rhythm. The same breath that carried yesterday's words and now carries only this. A pause between thoughts, not an absence, but a space where no answer is needed. There are things you've held onto because they felt important, because they meant something once. But meaning does not require permanence. A fire burns bright for its moment. It doesn't need to last. The warmth remains in the air even after the flame has gone, and still you feel it against your skin. You don't have to carry the fire to know it was there. You are not required to remember every name, every word said or unsaid. Some conversations were never meant to be finished, only lived through. And now they're over, as all things must be, not because something broke, but because nothing was ever broken at all. The silence after a conversation isn't emptiness. It's the sound of something being released. The hand that reaches for the blanket doesn't need permission. It moves on its own, just like your breath, just like your pulse. No thought behind it, just motion in the dark without needing to justify itself. You don't have to decide if it's right or wrong. It is simply there and you are with it. There is no failure in letting go. There is only release from a burden that was never yours to carry. The thoughts about what might have been, those small shapes of regret, of second guessing, don't need to be answered. They don't even need to be named. They're just passing through like shadows across the floor at twilight, not stopping long enough to leave an imprint. You are allowed to forget, to lose track, to stop remembering why you were worried in the first place. There is no shame in that, not if it means your mind can rest. You don't have to keep everything alive just because it once mattered. The past isn't a debt. It's not owed anything. It was lived and now it has left. There is comfort in knowing that some things are meant only to be felt for a moment, like the warmth of sunlight on your shoulder at noon, or the sound of rain falling on a roof you can't see. They don't need explanation. They just are. And when they're gone, there's no loss, only memory. And even that fades, not because it was forgotten, but because it was never meant to stay. You are not your thoughts, not their keeper, not their judge. You are the space in which they appear and disappear, like birds passing through a clearing at dawn. They don't ask permission. They don't leave messages behind. They simply pass on, wings brushing against still air. There is no need to defend any version of yourself that you've outgrown. No need to apologize for being different than you were yesterday. The person who woke this morning was not the same as the one who closed their eyes last night, and that's not a failing. It's just how things are. You're changing all the time, like water shifting through stone, always moving, never staying still in one place. And yet there is something constant about you. Not your thoughts, not your name, not even your body, but this, the quiet presence of being here now without needing to be elsewhere, without having to prove anything to anyone, even yourself. The night doesn't care if you're afraid or confused or unsure. It only knows how to hold what is given to it. And so do you, just by staying awake in your own skin, just by breathing into the dark like a secret between two people who have known each other too long to speak. You don't have to understand why your eyes closed for a moment there, or why your shoulders dropped without warning. The body remembers how to let go even when the mind hasn't caught up. There is no logic needed, only presence. There's a kind of peace in not knowing what will come next. Not because it's terrifying, but because you don't have to arrange it. You don't have to shape it or control it. The future doesn't need your permission. It comes whether you're ready or not, but that's okay, because you are already here. Not ahead of time, not behind. Just here in this breath, this weight on the pillow, this soft dark pressing gently against closed eyelids. You don't have to make sense of it all. You only have to be with it, as a river doesn't need to explain its path but simply follows. There are no obligations in stillness. No demands that you become better or worse or different than what you already are. The world keeps turning whether you remember it or not, but so can you. Not by effort, not by force, just by being here, letting things be as they are. No one is waiting for you to fix anything. Not the past, not your thoughts, not even yourself. There's no test at dawn, no score to keep. The only thing required of you tonight is this: to stay awake and still, without trying to change what's already happening. The mind doesn't need to be quiet in order to rest. It just needs to stop demanding that it be something, that it do something. It can simply be, like the air, like the dark, like a stone at the bottom of a lake, unmoved by storms above. You don't have to carry every thought you've ever had, not even the heavy ones. Some memories aren't meant to live in your chest. They were never yours to hold. They came through and passed on like footsteps on a path that no longer exists. And now they're gone, not lost, but returned. There's no reason to stay awake just because you've been thinking for so long. The act of staying doesn't make it real. Only the moment you're in, right here, right now, is true. All else is memory or anticipation. The body knows how to sleep. It has done it before. It will do it again. You don't have to guide it, just let go. Not because something will happen, but because nothing needs to happen at all. There's a kind of quiet that comes when you stop needing anything from the night, when there is no wish for rest, no demand for silence, no desire to be somewhere else. Only this, breath after breath, body sinking deeper into softness, mind unwinding thread by thread like a spool left forgotten in the dark. You are not responsible for what happens next, not even your own peace. It doesn't depend on you making it happen. It only depends on letting go. Just once, just enough to let yourself be held. And so you stay, not because you must, but because there is no other place to be, no door to walk through, no light to reach for, only this, the slow rise and fall of your chest, the warmth beneath the blanket, the cool air on your forehead, and the quiet certainty that whatever happens, it will happen in its own time. You don't have to know what's coming. You only need to be here now, breathing, not trying to become anything else. There is no end to this moment, only continuation. Not because you hold on to it, but because there's nothing holding it back either. And so the dark continues, the breath continues, and you are simply being. The silence between breaths is not empty, but full with the quiet after a wave has passed through the sand, leaving only its shape behind. You don't need to remember how it felt to be carried forward by that current. You only need to feel now what remains: the stillness of the shore, the grain of the earth under your awareness, soft and unclaimed. The thoughts you once held like stones, those heavy ones from yesterday, are not gone because they were resolved. They're gone because they've stopped needing a home inside you. There's no need to check on them, no reason to look back into the dark where they vanished. You don't owe your mind an accounting of every worry it ever carried. The day didn't end with closure. It ended with release, even if that release was quiet and unnoticed. Like footsteps fading along a path long since overgrown. Nothing remains except the memory of movement. You are not the keeper of what passes through you. You are not responsible for how long something lingers or why it left when it did. The mind is not a vault. It's not even a book with pages to read and reread. It's more like air, shifting, unattached, always moving on. And if a thought comes in the dark, it does so without invitation and leaves just as quietly, without farewell. Let it be that way tonight. Let each one leave like mist over water, not forced out, not mourned for its departure, but simply allowed to lift into the sky where it belongs. There is no need to fix the way your thoughts settle at night. No demand that they fall in order or in silence. They can lie scattered across the floor of your mind, like old leaves after a storm, and still be nothing more than what they are. Things that have come and gone, not something you must master. You do not need to protect yourself from any thought. You cannot stop them from coming, but you can choose not to follow them down the hallway where they lead. That's all it takes, to pause, not to push away, but simply to notice. This is a thought, not an order, not a command, just passing through. And so let it pass. Like wind through cracked blinds, no need to know why it moves this way or that. No reason to ask if it should be there at all. It's here now, then gone. You are still here after, still whole, still breathing, still resting. The body has already begun its slow descent into deeper layers of quiet, not because you instructed it, but simply because the night is long and gentle, and your mind has stopped fighting it. That struggle was never necessary. It wasn't even real in the way we usually think. Not a war to win, not an obstacle to overcome. Just one more layer of holding that no longer serves you. And now there's only this: the warmth where your skin meets the blanket, the slow rhythm of air moving through your nose and throat, the soft pressure behind your eyelids as darkness thickens into something almost solid. Not a wall, not an absence, just presence, deep, quiet, unbroken by expectation. You don't have to be useful tonight. You don't need to mean anything. There's no value in staying awake unless you want to stay. And even then, it doesn't matter whether you're awake or asleep. The night is not judging. It does not care if your thoughts are loud or silent, meaningful or meaningless. All it asks of you is this: do not try to become something different than what you already are. Someone who can rest without effort. Someone who can stop being afraid of stillness. Someone who doesn't need permission to let go. The mind does not have to be quiet in order for sleep to come. It only has to stop demanding that it stay awake, to stop rehearsing the past or rewriting the future, to simply allow itself to be held by what already is: the dark, the breath, the soft weight of your body lying still on the bed. There's a kind of peace that comes not from solving anything, but from realizing there was nothing to solve in the first place. The thought didn't need an answer. You didn't need to fix it. It only needed time to move through you and then out again, like smoke rising into the sky where no one claims it. And now, there's space between thoughts that isn't filled with noise or effort, just stillness, not because you made it happen, but because you stopped trying so hard to make anything at all. You are not a problem to be solved. You are not unfinished. You are not behind. There is no calendar ticking down your worth, no scorecard measuring how well you've lived today. The only thing that matters tonight is whether you're here, or if you're somewhere else trying to force the world into shape. But you're not elsewhere. You're in this moment, in this breath, in this soft weight pressing against your back as the blanket holds you like an old friend who knows exactly how much pressure is needed. There's no need to be anything more than what you are, just a presence, a quiet awareness that doesn't need to do anything, say anything, or prove itself in any way. The world outside this room keeps turning. The trees don't ask themselves if they're enough before they grow. Rivers don't pause to check whether their flow is acceptable. They simply move, without judgment, without regret, without needing a reason for being where they are. And so can you, not by effort, not by will, but by allowing yourself to be carried, just as the wind carries dust, just as water carries leaves, just as darkness carries dreams that never need to be named. You don't have to know what happens next. You don't even have to want it to happen at all. There is no demand for progress, no obligation to become lighter or calmer or more peaceful. Only this: the breath in your lungs, the silence between heartbeats, the slow softening of your limbs as they sink deeper into the mattress. No one is waiting for you to wake up, not even yourself. And so, let go, not dramatically, not with a crash, but gently like a leaf detaching from a branch in late autumn, not fighting its fall but accepting it as part of what always was. There's no need to reach for anything, no reason to grasp at peace or pull it toward you. It doesn't require your effort. It only requires your willingness, your quiet surrender to stop holding on so tightly. You are not the one who must carry this night. You're just someone lying in it, breathing through it, letting it pass without resistance. And if a thought rises again, the kind that wants to insist on being important, let it rise. Let it hover for a moment at the edge of your awareness like a shadow passing over water. But don't follow it into the dark. Don't reach out and pull it down from its height. Just let it drift, not with urgency, but with ease. It is not yours to hold. It never was. And you are still here, still lying in the quiet, still breathing, still letting go of what no longer belongs to you. There's a kind of rest that comes when you stop thinking about being asleep and just allow yourself to be where you already are, not trying to become something else, not striving toward any goal. Just being, not doing anything special, just existing in the dark with your body relaxed and your breath slow, like someone who has forgotten how to worry because they've finally stopped believing it will help. And so you stay, not out of duty, not from fear, but simply because there is nowhere else to be, no door open, no light ahead, only this, the soft rise and fall of your chest, the warmth beneath the blanket, the quiet certainty that whatever comes next, whether sleep or stillness or just more breath, it will come in its own time. And you don't have to hurry it. You don't even need to want it. And just be here, not trying to become anything else, not needing anything from the night, only this being. There is no need to trace the path back through all those moments that still hum just beneath the surface, like a low current in deep water. The thought of unfinished words, of things left unsaid or undone, drifts up not as an accusation but simply as a presence, like fog rising over fields at dawn, not because it wishes to obscure, but because it is what it is, and you do not need to name it to let it pass. You are not required to interrogate the silence between your thoughts, nor must you defend yourself against the quiet weight of what might have been said or done differently. That weight is only a memory shaped by attention, by how many times you've turned it over, how long you've held its shape in your mind. But tonight, there's no need to carry that shape anymore. The air in this room has settled into a stillness that feels like patience, not waiting for anything specific, just being full of space where things can settle without needing permission. You are not required to clean up the fragments of yesterday. No one is asking you to polish them, arrange them, or make sense of their arrangement. They are simply dust on the shelves of memory, and dust does not require a purpose to exist. It only exists in its own way, quietly accumulating, untouched by urgency. And so do your thoughts. Not every echo must be answered. Not every shadow needs a name. There is no rule that says you must understand why something still lingers. The unfinished sentence, the glance that felt like more than it was, the decision left hanging like an open window in winter. You are not expected to fix anything now. There is no clock ticking toward resolution, no voice from outside demanding closure. The only presence here is your breath, slow and unforced, and the dark around you, which does not care what you were or what you might have done. It simply holds everything without judgment. Like a deep pool holding reflections, it never claims as its own. You are learning to rest not in spite of uncertainty, but because of it. Not by conquering doubt, but by letting it be part of the quiet that already surrounds you. The mind is not meant to hold on forever. No one was ever built to carry every thought they've ever had into tomorrow. And even if you tried, there would come a point where the weight becomes too great simply to move forward. So instead, let go not with force but with trust, that what does not need to be held will dissolve when it no longer needs your attention. It doesn't vanish because you're forgetting it. It leaves because it has already done its work. The body knows more than thought ever can about release. You feel the warmth of the blanket not as a tool, not as armor, but simply as something that is there, steady and kind. The muscles in your shoulders have stopped resisting their own softness. They no longer brace against imagined pressures or future demands. There's no need to prepare for anything now. No one is watching. You are allowed to be exactly where you are with all your unfinished edges intact, not fixed, not perfected, just present. And when another thought comes, perhaps the echo of a conversation that happened 3 days ago, or the image of someone walking away without turning back, you do not need to stop it, redirect it, or explain why it's still here. Let it appear as if from nowhere, like a bird crossing your field of vision while you are half awake. It is only passing through, not stopping, not demanding entry, just flying past in its own time, its own shape, its own silence. There is no test for whether this moment is enough. No checklist to confirm that you've done the right thing by letting go. The only measure is how little resistance you feel when another thought rises, how easily it passes through without leaving a mark. Not because you are better at forgetting, but because you have stopped treating each passing idea as something worth holding on to. You are not the keeper of your own history. You are not its guardian or its interpreter. You are only someone who happens to remember parts of it, and even that remembering is temporary. Like light on snow, fleeting and changed by time. The memories do not belong to you in any permanent sense. They belong to the moment when they occurred. And now they are returning, not as burdens, but as echoes from a world that no longer needs them. Even your name, your identity, the way others see you, the roles you've carried, are just names given to patterns of behavior and feeling. They aren't fixed. They don't have to be defended. You could stop using them tomorrow and still remain exactly who you are. Someone lying in darkness, breathing slowly, letting go. There is no need to become anything new, no requirement to wake up changed or lighter or more peaceful than before. The only change needed tonight is that you do not keep holding on so tightly. That's all. Not transformation, not awakening. Just this, a willingness to let the thoughts drift like leaves caught in a slow stream, carried downstream without needing to know where they'll land. And if one insists, like a single leaf stubbornly clinging to a branch long after autumn has passed, it is not failure that you failed to release it. It is only that the moment for letting go hasn't arrived yet. And when it does, it will come not with effort, but simply because there's no reason left to hold on. You are allowed to be unprepared. You are allowed to have thoughts without answers, to feel something without naming it, to sit in silence without needing to fill the space with meaning. There is no rule that says you must always understand what you're feeling, only that you can allow yourself to feel it and then let it pass. The night doesn't ask for anything from you except presence, not performance, not productivity, just being here exactly as you are. The kind of stillness that comes not because you've succeeded in calming down, but because there's no one left to calm. And so, the mind does not need to be fixed. It only needs to stop fighting itself, to realize that it doesn't have to do anything. No grand gestures, no dramatic surrender to belong here. It is already part of this quiet, already part of this breath, already part of what has been waiting all along. There's no destination you must reach, no arrival point where everything becomes clear or right. The only journey tonight is the one inward, not toward understanding, but simply toward acceptance. Not to solve anything, not to fix a single thing, but just to allow each passing thought to be as it is, brief, temporary, unclaimed. And when another memory surfaces, the way someone looked at you during lunch, or the sound of rain on glass last week, you don't need to follow it into detail. Don't retrace its path through time. Just notice that it's here and then let it go, not with a push, but by simply not turning back. No one is asking you to carry this night forward. You are only asked to lie in it, breathe through it. Let your body sink deeper into the mattress as if gravity has finally forgiven you for resisting so long. The mind is beginning to understand that stillness doesn't require effort. It doesn't need a strategy or a technique. It's not something earned by clearing away every thought. It's only what happens when you stop believing that each passing idea must be held, defended, or answered. And now, there is less and less to hold on to. Not because anything has been taken away, but because it no longer feels necessary. The thoughts come and go like shadows under trees at dusk. They're one moment, gone the next, leaving behind only a faintness in the air, not an absence, but a softening. You are not losing yourself. You are simply stopping pretending that you were ever something solid enough to lose. There is no need to reach for peace. It does not come from striving. It is already here, as the quiet between heartbeats, as the stillness beneath your skin, as the dark that wraps around you like a breath drawn in and never released. The weight of a thought doesn't have to be measured by how long it stays, but by how deeply it settles into your body before it begins to rise again. You don't need to know its shape or where it came from, only that it has passed through you, like wind over stone in the valley after rain. Not leaving an imprint but changing something quietly, just because it was there. There's no ledger kept of what you've thought and forgotten. No record of how many times your mind reached for a certainty, only to find air where it expected ground. The night doesn't ask you to account for any of it, only that you remain present enough to notice the shift when something loosens, not because you willed it, but because holding became too heavy. You are not required to understand why this moment feels softer than the one before. You don't need to explain how a memory can arrive and vanish without leaving behind regret or resolve. Only that it did. And now there is room again where it once pressed in. The way light moves at dawn isn't sudden. It's a slow lifting, like something gently waking up from sleep inside you. Not because anything happened, but because time moved on regardless of how you felt about it. The same kind of quiet unfolding happens when thoughts drop away, not with fanfare or triumph, but simply because they've stopped needing to be carried. There is no failure in being held by a memory too long. There's only the fact that you were there, present for its arrival, and now you are here again, breathing without effort, feeling your ribs rise and fall as if this motion has always belonged to you. Let it be enough that something passed through the mind, not because you fixed it or healed it, but because you let it pass. No correction needed, no need for closure, not even a name given to what was felt. The body remembers more than thought ever can, and sometimes it remembers only in the way your hands unclench after hours of gripping nothing. You are allowed to feel something without needing it to mean anything about who you are. A pang when hearing footsteps down a hall. It doesn't have to be fear or longing. It might just be air moving through an old hallway, carrying with it no message and asking for none. There is no rule that says your heart must respond to every echo in the room. You can allow sound to pass without giving it weight, without pulling it toward you like a lost thread in the dark. Let it go where it will. The air doesn't ask if it's important before letting it drift away. You are not required to keep track of what has been released, nor must you feel responsible for ensuring that nothing returns. Some thoughts come back, not because they were ever truly gone, but because parts of them still resonate in your bones, like a note struck once and lingering after silence. And when one does return, the tone of someone's voice at the end of a call, or the way a door closed too quickly, don't reach for it. Don't pull it closer to examine its edges. Just notice that it has returned, as rain returns sometimes after weeks without wetness, and then let it go again. Not with force, not even with intention, with nothing more than stillness, the kind of stillness that is not the opposite of motion, but a place where motion can pass through unchallenged. You don't need to know what this silence means. You are not being tested on your ability to stay empty or full. There's no performance at stake. No one watching from above or below, waiting for you to prove that you've let go. The only witness is the dark itself, and it does not judge, only holds. It is possible to be awake without thinking, not because your mind has stopped working, but because it is simply moving in a slower rhythm now, like water finding its way through cracks too narrow to see until they're already filled. The difference between being tired and being still isn't effort. It's surrender not as defeat but as release. You are not giving up on clarity. You are only stopping the habit of believing that every thought must be met with a response, or else you failed. Let this night become a place where questions do not need answers, where feeling does not demand explanation, where being present is not measured by how much you understand, but by how little you're trying to change. There is no obligation to make sense of the way your breath slows when something fades, whether it's a sound, or a name, or an image from long ago. It may not even be tied to anything in particular. Sometimes the body remembers what the mind has forgotten. That stillness isn't earned. It arrives on its own, like dusk gathering over fields without permission. You are already here, already resting, not because you've done anything right, but because you have stopped trying to do it at all. There is a quiet beneath your skin where nothing is asked of you. No request for completion. No demand that you become someone else before you can belong in this moment. The darkness doesn't care what you did yesterday or how much you still carry. It only knows the shape of breath and the way warmth settles into tired limbs after a long day. Let it be enough to lie here, to feel your body sinking deeper, not because you're trying to sink, but because gravity no longer feels like resistance. It feels like welcome. You don't need to find peace. You are already within it, just as trees don't search for roots. They simply grow downward when nothing else supports them. There is a kind of knowing that comes without understanding. Not insight, not revelation, but the quiet certainty that you do not have to fix anything tonight. That even if your mind wanders again or pulls in another memory, it will be met with no judgment and no correction, only space. The same way clouds don't apologize for drifting across the sky, nor trees for losing their leaves, so too can thoughts pass through without needing permission. And when you notice a shape forming behind your eyes, a face, an unfinished sentence, a place you once stood, you are not required to follow it, not even to name it. Just let it drift like smoke from a fire that has already gone out, leaving only the faintest scent of something old and unimportant. You do not owe anyone proof that you've released what was heavy. No one is waiting at the end of this night with a checklist or an account book. The only thing that matters is whether your body feels more open now than it did earlier, whether your breath moves without strain, and your chest rises gently as if being held by something gentle. There's no rule about how long you must stay awake in order to be worthy of sleep. No threshold of insight or surrender required. You don't need to have solved anything, or even thought much at all, for this moment to belong to you. The dark does not judge your thoughts. It only lets them pass through, like shadows sliding across the floor when a lamp is turned off, brief, shapeless, and gone before they can be named. And now, there's less of a need to hold anything in particular, not even yourself. The idea that you are one fixed thing, a person who must always be certain, always ready, always in control, is beginning to soften at the edges like paper left too long in rain. You don't have to defend your presence here. You don't need to explain why you're still awake or what it means that you aren't moving toward sleep. There is no destination, no arrival point where everything finally makes sense. Just this, a body lying down, eyes closed, breath flowing as if through a riverbed worn smooth by time. Not trying to reach the sea, but simply allowing the current to carry you where it will. There's not much left to carry anyway. Most of what you thought was heavy has already settled into quiet, like dust that fell from your shoulders without notice. And so, you are beginning to understand that being still isn't about stopping all motion, but about letting things move without needing to be held onto. You notice how little it takes